Two peoples. I'm Insane Lane, and welcome to Book Club. Happy Saturday, or Catterday, if that's what you prefer to celebrate. It is the one day when going on Twitter is worth it. Though I did see the cutest video of a dog with a very giant stick, and it was just so proud of itself. Like, the stick was definitely about 7 times longer than the dog carrying it, but it was adorable. In that way that little doggies with big ambition are. Speaking of which, mine is buried under all the fluffy things in his crate. He did not have a good day today. He got in trouble. He was a very naughty boy. Because he decided, after 2 years of finally learning to growl at the cat when the cat is annoying him, he thought he could try growling at Mommy when I was doing something that annoyed him. He found out otherwise, and he was not happy to learn. So he's had a bit of a sulky day because he hasn't been getting the usual never-ending love and cuddles that he's accustomed to. Oh, for once, I didn't have to break my brain trying to remember what all happened in book last week because, somebody's awake. He heard his name and he woke up. I hear ears flapping. Because something actually happened last week, and by that I mean a kidnapping and ransom plot that was so incredibly poorly written. I mean, if this guy called me with a kidnap ransom, I wouldn't know what he wanted me to do. And seriously, you couldn't have listened to like the 5 billion TV show ransom calls? I mean, I think Criminal Minds probably got like a couple dozen on its own. Because there was so much missing information in this ransom call. For one thing, the person didn't prove that they had actually kidnapped the person they claimed to have kidnapped. And at no point did they do that. We had an unproven kidnapping until after the bleeping fact. We didn't even confirm that the person they claimed to have kidnapped was actually kidnapped until after they were returned. Till after they were rescued. That is how incompetent a kidnapper we had. Also, our little brown-headed twit was the only one who was armed. She showed up with a gun, still managed to get her butt kicked, though not nearly as bad as E.L. James thinks she wrote, because the bad guy didn't even have a gun. And he went down like a little bitch in about 2 seconds. Like, he said a couple mean things, he smacked her once and, like, kicked her once, and then supposedly he's got the strength of freaking, insert name of guy from MMA, the Irish guy. I can't remember his name. Conor something, I think. Conor McGregor? I don't remember. But, yeah, Irish MMA guy who can beat up anyone in the world. But yeah, E.L. James was acting like she got beaten by that guy, when in reality she got backhanded once and supposedly she's so fragile it literally caused a skull fracture. And it's like, are you kidding me? And she's supposedly like in a coma for like 3 days and like came within an inch of losing her life and the baby and all that. It's supposed to be all dramatic. The problem is it's not written that way. None of it is written that way. None of that is there. You didn't actually write that. So you can't, after the fact, say, oh, this person's severely injured because this, and this, when you didn't write the this, and this. But this is an author that thinks banks keep $5 million in cash on hand and that it takes less than 30 minutes to withdraw it. I'm never letting that go. That's on the list of things I'm never letting go of. But all rise for the national anthem.
If you're still struggling with consent, just imagine instead of initiating sex, you're making them a cup of tea. You say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they go, oh my God, I would love a cup of tea, thank you. Then you know they want a cup of tea. If you say, hey, would you like a cup of tea? And they're like, I'm not really sure. Then you can make them a cup of tea, or not, but be aware that they might not drink it. And if they don't drink it, then, and this is the important bit, don't make them drink it. Just because you made it doesn't mean you're entitled to watch them drink it. And if they say, no thank you, then don't make them tea. At all. Just don't make them tea. Don't make them drink tea. Don't get annoyed at them for not wanting tea. They just don't want tea, okay? They might say, yes, please, that's kind of you. And then when the tea arrives, they actually don't want the tea at all. Sure, that's kind of annoying as you've gone to all the effort of making the tea, but they remain under no obligation to drink the tea. They did want tea, now they don't. Some people change their mind in the time it takes to boil the kettle, brew the tea, and add the milk. And it's okay for people to change their mind, and you are still not entitled to watch them drink it. And if they are unconscious, don't make them tea. Unconscious people don't want tea, and they can't answer the question, do you want tea? Because they're unconscious. Okay, maybe they were conscious when you asked them if they wanted tea, and they said yes, but in the time it took you to boil the kettle or brew the tea and add the milk, they are now unconscious. You should just put the tea down, make sure the unconscious person is safe, and this is the important part again, don't make them drink the tea. They said yes then, sure, but unconscious people don't want tea. If someone said yes to tea, started drinking it, and then passed out before they'd finished it, don't keep on pouring it down their throat. Take the tea away. Make sure they are safe, because unconscious people don't want tea. Trust me on this. If someone said yes to tea around your house last Saturday, that doesn't mean they want you to make them tea all the time. They don't want you to come around to their place unexpectedly and make them tea and force them to drink it, going, but you wanted tea last week, or to wake up to find you pouring tea down their throat, going, but you wanted tea last night. If you can understand how completely ludicrous it is to force people to have tea when they don't want tea, and you are able to understand when people don't want tea, then how hard is it to understand when it comes to sex? Whether it's tea or sex, consent is everything. And on that note, I'm going to make myself a cup of tea.
Yay! Hello, everyone. How was your day? We have got all of our ducks in attendance. We have Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, and Sansu. I remembered the one I forgot last week. Yes, we did get 2 new ducks last week. We got Surfer, I can never figure out which way to point. We got Surfer Duck Mitch and Dragon Duck Sansu. So they are lovely. As a reminder, we do still have, I believe, 11, I think I can count, 11 ducks remaining to be drawn and named and added to our stage. That is for $10. You may sponsor a duck and name it, or I will name it if you don't want to. Link should be at the top of the chat. For $25, I will put on these very real handcuffs for one chapter. We do have keys for safety, including one that is tethered and cannot be lost. And for $50, as always, I will chug this glass of wine up until we get within the last 10 pages, because doing it last minute just really defeats the point. So yeah, last week we had a bad guy that was worse than Dr. Evil in the Austin Powers movies. He was actually more incompetent than Dr. Evil. That was after like 15 pages of how banks don't work. And that it's just so easy to withdraw $5 million in cash. Which I will point out again, the bad guy never specified that he wanted cash because it was the world's worst ransom call. He didn't prove he actually had the person he claimed to have had that he was ransoming, and he didn't give instructions for the money. He just said, get $5 million. He didn't even say in cash or untraceable or no die packs or like anything that you would say as part of a kidnapping call. Because worst bad guy ever. Then we got her in a coma for like 3 days, during which time Christian apparently had a come to Jesus moment after a round of don't know what you got till it's gone. Because he's supposed to be going like, oh my God, she almost died. I almost lost her. I was so mad about the baby and I acted like such a douche, which he did. And why didn't I know that she wasn't leaving me? Of course, because she had every reason to leave you. I would have left you. She tells you you're pregnant. Your response is to go get drunk with your former mistress and then come home and act like a douche. Yeah, no. Wouldn't be sticking around for that. But now he's supposedly going to grow up and, not be a total jerk all the time, which he demonstrated by immediately being controlling and trying to order a nurse out of the room. Okay, so hopefully we're past all that crap. These are the last two chapters of the book, by the way, but we are not finishing the book tonight because chapter 25 is really long. The last chapter of the book, it's like 35 pages by itself, which is an entire book club. So what we're going to do is I have pre-drawn a line at the appropriate place to stop in the last chapter. So we're going to read like half of it, then we're going to stop, and then next week we'll read the second half of the last chapter along with the epilogue. And depending on what kind of mood I'm in, there's two little short bits of she must have been starting to write the book from Christian's point of view because there's a couple little vignettes from it in the back of this book. I don't know if these like actually made it into the other books because it would be like several years before they came out, so it probably changed quite a bit. So I kind of thought it could be fun to see what was there and like see if they actually did make it when we get to those books because that's what's coming up next. But that should give us a pretty well-rounded next week, and we'll have a nice end to at least the first run of this series. It'll be the first time I actually get to the end of this book. I never finished it the first time. I lost it. I am not choking. Okay. Oh, come on, throat. Help. Okay, here we go. Chapter 24. Much as I'd like to kiss you all day, your breakfast is getting cold. Christian murmurs against my lips. He gazes down at me, now amused, except his eyes are darker, sensual. Oh god, are we jumping in with sex already? I'm not drunk yet. Holy cow, he's switched again. My Mr. Mercurial. He never changed. Girl, he's got two settings, angry and horny. Eat, he orders. Oh, we're gonna have so much of this crap, aren't we? His voice soft. I swallow, a reaction to his smoldering look. I crawl back into bed, avoiding snagging my IV line. Oh, I was hoping they were home. I hate hospital shit. He pushes the tray in front of me. The oatmeal is cold, but the pancakes under the cover are fine. In fact, they're mouth-watering, meaning they were not made in a hospital. Also, who thinks that he would not allow her to eat hospital food because it's usually disgusting and atrociously low quality? Like, there's no way he wouldn't like be having catered food or something. There's no way. I mutter between mouthfuls. Blip might be a girl. Okay, stop calling your child Blip. A blip is usually a mistake or an anomaly. Like, this is a horrible thing to be naming a fetus. Oh, really? We got very cold here for a few days, but I didn't get the snow I was promised. Though there is currently a freighter ship that is frozen in the middle of Lake Erie, which is about an hour from me. Well, where the ship is about an hour. Lake Erie is not that far, but yeah, there's a very large ship frozen in the middle of the lake, and it's stuck there. Christian runs his hand through his hair. Two women, eh? Alarm flashes across his face. His dark look vanishes. Oh crap. Do you have a preference? Preference. Boy or girl? He frowns. Healthy will do, he says quietly, clearly disconcerted by the question. Eat, he snaps. I know he's trying to avoid the subject. I'm eating. Jeez, keep your hair on, Gray. Okay, how about you tell him to just, like, back off, but he's been doing this since literally they met, and so, yeah, no. I don't know what is up with my voice tonight. I watch him carefully. The corners of his eyes are crinkled with worry. He said he'll try, but I know he's still freaked out by the baby. Oh, Christian, so am I. I sit down in the armchair beside me, picking up the Seattle Times. You made the papers again, Mrs. Gray. His tone is bitter. Yeah, like it's her fault. And seriously, they would all be in the papers. They're a local, like, high society family. Yeah, the media is going to be all over one of them getting kidnapped and getting rescued by two of the others, and her getting supposedly beaten up, which didn't actually happen. Again, the hacks are just rehashing yesterday's story, but it seems factually accurate. You want to read it? Oh, yeah, like that's going to be a one-day story. They're going to make at least a week out of that. Local news will be covering it for months. There's going to be, like, if I remember right, the bad guy didn't die, so there's going to be a trial. That would be a media sensation. Well, that's unless he gets Epsteined in jail, which Christian will definitely make happen. You'd almost think I spent 4 days of this week really, really sick. I shake my head. Read it to me. I'm eating. He smirks and proceeds to read the article aloud. It's a report on Jack and Elizabeth, depicting them as a modern day Bonnie and Clyde. I think the media could do better. It briefly covers Mia's kidnapping, my involvement in Mia's rescue, and the fact that both Jack and I are in the same hospital. How does the press get all this information? I must ask Kate. It's called they bribe people. When Christian finishes, I say, please read something else. I like listening to you. He obliges and reads me a report about a blooming bagel business and the fact that Boeing has had to cancel the launch of some plane. That could be today so easily. This came out in like 2010. Boeing sucked back then enough to be in a book. Okay, can anyone remember the last good headline they heard about Boeing? Like, if it wasn't for the fact that they are like the only manufacturer of airplanes left on this side of the planet, they would have been done so long ago. Like, they don't deserve to be a business, or at least not being run by anyone who's run it in the past, like, decade and a half, at least. Because they don't seem to be getting any better. Didn't they have something else crash, like a week ago? Uh... But listening to his soothing voice as I eat, secure in the knowledge that I'm fine, Mia is safe, and my little blip is safe. I feel a precious moment of peace despite all that's happened over the last few days. I understand that Christian is scared about the baby, but I don't understand the depth of his fear. I resolve to talk to him some more about this, because that ever works. When have you ever like talked to him about anything ever? When have they had one real conversation about anything and actually finished it? It's usually she brings something up, he tells her not to, and she doesn't. Or she brings something up, he gets mad and punishes her, and then they don't talk about it. See if I can put his mind at ease. What puzzles me is that he hasn't lacked for positive role models, his parents. Both Grace and Karek are exemplary examples, or so they seem. How would you know? You've met both of them twice. And you have no idea what they're like as parents, because they strike me as being largely absentee parents. I mean, she's a like career cardiothoracic surgeon, I think. So yeah, she wasn't at home baking cookies and bouncing the tots on her knee. And he's supposedly like some kind of engineer or something. So I have a feeling the children were raised by nannies, and we know that Christian got kicked out of several schools, got in fights, and if he wasn't rich, definitely would have been arrested several times. So that means mommy, daddy, and their money made all that go away. Not what I would call good parenting. Maybe it was the bitch troll's interference that damaged him so badly. No. She targeted him because he was damaged. I'd like to think so, but in truth, I think it goes back to his birth mom. No fucking duh. Though I'm sure Mrs. Robinson didn't help. I halt my thoughts as I recall a whispered conversation. Damn, it hovers on the edge of my memory from when I was unconscious. Okay, why the fuck did we have to read that if we're gonna pull the she doesn't remember it crap? Like, you can't have it both ways. Christian talking with Grace. It melts away into the shadows of my mind. Oh, it's so frustrating. You could ask him, he's standing right there. I wonder if Christian will ever volunteer the reason he went to see her, or if I'll have to push him. Didn't he already tell her? I'm like certain that he told her. And like not when she was unconscious, like actually told her. Also, like you don't know? It's not obvious? Really? I'm about to ask when there's a knock at the door. Oh. Detective Clark makes an apologetic entry into the room. He's right to be apologetic. My heart sinks when I see him. He's doing his job. Mr. Gray, Mrs. Gray, am I interrupting? Yes, snaps Christian. Clark ignores him. Glad to see you're awake, Mrs. Gray. Okay, I'm just gonna say I like anyone that ignores him. It needs to happen more often. I need to ask you a few questions about Thursday afternoon. Just routine. Is now a convenient time? Sure, I'm humble, but I don't want to relive Thursday's events. My wife should be resting, Christian bristles. Then take her home. Is there, like, we have not been told a reason she's still in the hospital, and do we not think that he would have taken her home, like, the second that she woke up? Also, why is she still in, like, whatever general hospital? Like, again, he would have had her moved to, like, the most private, like, ritzy, expensive clinic money could buy, literally. Especially since the bad guy is, like, being tended in the same hospital. There's no way. Like, I'm sorry, but if you make a character a certain way for 3 books, like, and then he's blatantly breaking character, I'm gonna notice. And no, it's not because he's, like, all better now, because that's bull fucking shit, because he's still acting exactly the same. I'll be brief, Mr. Gray, and it means I'll be out of your hair sooner rather than later. Christian stands and offers Clark his chair, then sits down beside me on the bed, takes my hand and squeezes it reassuringly. Oh, we're so doing the infantilizing crap. I didn't say it before when he was like reading her a story while she's eating oatmeal and it's like Little Miss Muffet and bullshit. Ugh. Half an hour later, Clark is done. I've learned nothing new, but I have recounted the events of Thursday to him in a halting, quiet voice, watching Christian go pale and grimace at some parts. I wish you'd aimed higher, Christian murmurs. Might have done womankind a service if Mrs. Gray had. Clark agrees. What? Thank you, Mrs. Gray. That's all for now. You won't let him out again, will you? Like it's a the detective does not get to decide bail, but no, I don't think he's getting bail. I don't think he will make bail this time, ma'am. Do we know who posted his bail? Christian asks. No, sir, it was confidential. I call bullshit. The courts would know. You can't anonymously post bail. I know that for sure. Because the courts want to know whose money it is and where is it coming from. I mean, not that they care too much, but they're going to have a record of it. But no, we need more bullshit. It's also bullshit that he would have gotten bail in the first place, but yeah, there's no way the courts don't know who posted bail. Not a chance in hell. Christian frowns, but I think he has his suspicions. I said that. Good to see ya. I get the whole Gray, Christian Gray, and I own you now. Whenever he talks or appears from the shadows. Are you quoting someone? Is that from something? Is that like a Batman villain that I can't remember? It doesn't sound like Bat. What kind of sounds like Batman? Kind of sounds like actual Batman. Is it from Bond? But good to see you. I'm very glad you're here. Your ducks are on display, and I remembered their names. Mitch and Sansu, and I even remember that Mitch is from Baywatch. 007. Yeah, I haven't seen too much James Bond, but I kind of know the vibe of it. Oh, minus the Onion. Yeah, yeah, because he always introduces himself that way. That's the staple thing. It's Bond, James Bond. You know what I love is that the original author, Ian Fleming, said that he chose the name James Bond because he thought it was the most like ubiquitous, boring name he could think of. And then the name is what became so iconic. Oh, I'm not sure how many people have written James Bond now. I know it's been through a lot of hands because like I think the original author has passed away quite a while ago. Because I think he wrote them like when they're they're like the quintessential 60s spy novels. Were they actually written in the 60s? I don't remember. I mean, I'm not sure how many of the I'm not sure how many James Bond books there actually are, or how many he wrote himself, but uh Clark rises to leave just as Dr. Singh and two interns enter the room. After a thorough examination, Dr. Singh declares me fit to go home. Christian sags with relief. Mrs. Gray, you'll have to watch for worsening headaches and blurry vision. If that occurs, you must return to the hospital immediately. I'm not sure I would be saying that because I know concussion protocols and it's not that. But again, stupid book is stupid. I nod, trying to contain my delight at going home. As Dr. Singh leaves, Christian asks her for a quick word in the corridor. As he keeps the door ajar as he asks her a question. She smiles. Yes, Mr. Gray, that's fine. We know exactly what the question was. It's can I have sex with her? Why does every guy need to ask this as soon as they find out their significant other is pregnant? Why does this suddenly become a question? He grins and returns to the room a happier man. I can't. I can't. I can't. I can't. Something about the ridiculous level of horny is making me laugh so hard. I swear I was not pre-drinking. I have not had anything all day. Oh, oh my god. I know, right? Where is my mouse? Right? Like, come on. And like, I'm pretty sure. I mean, I've never had to find out, thank God, but I'm pretty sure it's like okay the entire time. Like, as long as she's okay with it, because there's definitely going to be some times when she is not going to be in the mood during all this. But like physically, I'm pretty sure it's okay the whole time. What was all that about? Sex, he says, flashing a wicked grin. Okay, at least he didn't lie about it. At least he's honest. I don't know. Oh, I blush. And you're good to go, he smirks. Yeah, she's good to go. I think you mean you're good to. Dear God. Oh, Christian, I have a headache. I smirk right back at him. I know. You'll be off limits for a while. I was just checking. Off limits? I frown at the momentary stab of disappointment I feel. I'm not sure if I want to be off limits. You will. You will want to be off limits for a while. If not before the birth, definitely after the birth for possibly quite a while. Also, you'd be very, very, very busy with the tiny screaming thing. Nurse Nora joins us to remove my IV. She glares at Christian. I think she's one of the few women I've met who's oblivious to his charms. You mean his commanding, domineering bullshit? Because he was not charming, he was just an ass. I thank her when she leaves with my IV stand. Shall I take you home? Christian asks. I'd like to see Ray first. Sure. Does he know about the baby? I thought you'd want to be the one to tell him. I haven't told your mom either. Oh yeah, did her mom even like fly in when her daughter's been like beaten and was in a coma? The answer apparently is no. Just wow. She's got between the two of them, they have great parents. They're gonna make such that kid's only chance is boarding school. Thank you. I smile, grateful that he hasn't stolen my thunder. That's not what that means. My mom knows, Christian adds. She saw your chart. I told my dad, but no one else. Mom said couples normally wait for 12 weeks or so. To be sure, he shrugs. I'm not sure I'm ready to tell Ray. You probably shouldn't. You're still only like 4 weeks pregnant. I really would not be telling people. I should warn you, he's mad as hell. Said I should spank you. What? Christian laughs at my appalled expression. I told him I'd be only too willing to oblige. You didn't, I gasp, though an echo of whispered conversation tantalizes my memory. Yes, Ray was here while I was unconscious. He winks at me. Here, Taylor brought you some clean clothes. I'll help you dress. Yeah, just gonna leave that out here. Let her suffer. Yeah, jerk. As Christian predicted, Ray is furious. I don't ever remember him being this mad. Christian has wisely decided to leave us alone. In other words, he ran like a coward. For such a taciturn man, Ray fills his hospital room with his invective, berating me for my irresponsible behavior. I am 12 years old again. Oh, God. Because the infantilizing wasn't enough. Now we're just saying it while she's being told off by her daddy who wanted to spank her, and I'm going to vomit. Ugh. Like, this is really gross when you think about it. It's really, really, really gross. And it's on purpose. Oh, Dad, please calm down. Your blood pressure is up, not up to this. And I've had to deal with your mother, he grumbles, waving both hands in exasperation. Dad, I'm sorry. And poor Christian, I've never seen him like that. You hate him. You don't care about him. He's aged. We've both aged years over the last couple days. Okay, why is she getting the blame for this shit? This is bullshit. Also, this is supposed to be like the only good real person we have left, and he's acting again completely out of character and like an ass. Which is not how he acts, not how he treats her. If anything, he'd be mad at Christian for not protecting her. That's who he should be mad at. Like, nobody has the right to be blaming her for anything here. They really should. Yes, they should. You're right. No, I've said it from the beginning that, yeah, you could absolutely teach a class on, like, how to watch out for red flags and what not to tolerate in a relationship and, like, all kinds of, like, what is wrong with the world on this. I know they've like character assassinated Mustache Dad. It's like, no, no, don't make him a bad guy now. Like, because again, everyone is out of character. Everyone is fully out of character now. It started with her at the beginning of the book. She was the most out of character already. Now Christian is not out of character. We were told that he was, but he's really not because he's still acting exactly the same. But yeah, Ray completely out of character. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, there's university courses on like Britney Spears and Beyonce and on Game of Thrones. Like you could do one on this and it would do a lot more good for the world. Like again, I think it's been deleted because I went looking for it, but there was this really awesome video of somebody taking the first 50 Shades book and step by step explaining how Christian Grey uses the same tactics of manipulation, control, and brainwashing that cults use to recruit members. And it matched so perfectly that like there's no way it wasn't to some degree on purpose. Your mother is waiting for your call, he says in a more measured tone. I kiss his cheek, and he finally relents from his tirade. I'll call her. I really am sorry, but thank you for teaching me to shoot. But not, but apparently he didn't teach her not to put a loaded gun in her waistband. Uh, I'll call her. Thank you for teaching me to shoot. For a moment, he regards me with an ill-concealed paternal pride. I'm glad you can shoot straight, he says, his voice gruff. Now go home and get some rest. You look well, Dad. I try to change the subject. You look pale. His fear, his fear is suddenly evident. His look mirrors Christian's from last night, and I grasp his hand. I'm okay. I promise I won't do anything like that again. You shouldn't have done it this time, you moron. He squeezes my hand and pulls me into a hug. If anything happened to you, he whispers, his voice hoarse and low. Tears prick my eyes. I'm not used to displays of emotion from my stepfather. Dad, I'm good. Nothing that a hot shower can't cure. Oh. No. No. These are the only three that could even like these three plus I'll give Kate as well. They're the only ones that could even really be called characters. The rest are so either one dimensional or literally like one line passing by and never seen again that I don't even think they actually count fully as characters because it's just like no. Ugh. I done something to my eye. I can't see because I can't look at. Ugh. I need my safety blankie. You know what? I was thinking I gotta put something on this because I have too many black cases that look like this, mostly for camera equipment for like lenses and little accessories and stuff. So I have a few other cases that look exactly like this, even with the belt strap on the back. So it's like I gotta write something on this, like get my puffy paint markers out and like write something on it or draw something on it, do like a symbol on it or something. But yeah, I might write the safety blanket like cuff in case of emergency or like cuff in case of bad romance or something. Cause yeah, wearing these makes me feel better. My hair is just brushed back because it's getting too long to just spike up anymore. So yeah, if I brush it extensively and wet it down, it will now stay down instead of doing spikies and making it look like my hair is on fire. But it's very hit or miss. I miss bedhead products. I wish they were still made. Apparently they're not. They were listed on Walmart for like $90 from a third party seller. And I'm like, how old is that shit? Excuse me. We leave through the rear exit of the hospital to avoid the paparazzi gathered at the entrance, like none of them would be waiting at the back door. Seriously? Taylor leads us to the waiting SUV. Christian is quiet as Sawyer drives us home. There's no way he's not fired. No. I call bullshit. No way. Sawyer would have been fired and probably buried in pieces because he let her get away. That's how Christian Grey would see it. Absolutely. He let her get away. He let her go meet the bad guy and nearly get killed. Sawyer would not only be fired, he'd probably be 6 feet under. I avoid Sawyer's gaze in the rearview mirror, embarrassed that the last time I saw him at the bank was when I gave him the slip. That was actually the second time you gave him the slip, making him all the more incompetent. I call my mom, who sobs and sobs, but who couldn't get her ass on a plane to come see her daughter who is supposedly dying. It takes most of the journey home to calm her down, but I succeed by promising we'll visit soon. Throughout my conversation with her, Christian holds my hand, brushing his thumb across my knuckles. He's nervous. Something's happened. What's wrong? I ask when I'm finally free from my mother. Welch wants to see me. Welch? Why? Who is that? If this is somebody I'm supposed to know who it is, like I literally just said, the characters don't exist or they have one line and I don't remember who they are. I assume this is some kind of security or detective type person. He's found something out about that fucker, Hyde. Christian's lips curl into a snarl and a frisson of fear passes through me. He didn't want to tell me on the phone. Oh, of course not. Oh, he's coming here this afternoon from Detroit. You think he's found a connection? Christian nods. What do you think it is? I have no idea. Christian's brows furrow, perplexed. Taylor pulls into the garage at Escala and stops by the elevator to let us out before he parks. And again, like the press wouldn't be there too. They know where you live. In the garage, we can avoid the attention of waiting photographers. That is so much bullshit. I point out that Justin Bieber accidentally, like this both was his fault but was not his fault. You could really split it 50-50. He was leaving, I think it was a hotel, and the paparazzi they knew damn well they were not supposed to be in the underground of that hotel. They knew they weren't supposed to be there, but security failed to keep them out, basically. And so they surrounded his car. It was one of those big trucks with like the lifted up, where it's like lifted up with giant stupid wheels for no reason. And they were surrounding his car. They were literally right up against the car, about 20 of them. They should not have been there. Security should have had them out for sure. And they were shouting at him and snapping all kinds of flash photography in his face, which again, they're not supposed to use that in a dark underground space like that. But also, as soon as he saw them, he should have gone back in the hotel and said, okay, I need security to get them away from my car so that I can leave. He didn't do that. Instead, he got in the car. I don't think he even like started the engine because they were like pressed right up against the car, but he literally just turned the wheels, and because the wheels were big and they had like these chrome hubcaps on them, when he turned the wheel, one of the tires went like out and hit a photographer in the leg and like broke the guy's knee. And there's video of it where like all the reporters start immediately shouting like Justin, don't move, and they're like banging on the car like don't move, because the guy went down like under the tire. And I remember he got out and started like he was immediately like crying and upset, and I think he screamed something like, you know, you're not supposed to be by my car. And it's like, yeah, they're not supposed to be there. You should have gone back inside and got rid of them before you moved, but again, they weren't supposed to be there. So I think that's why he like didn't face charges or anything or get in trouble. Also, it was like a total accident. Nobody said he did anything on purpose. But it's like, yeah, paparazzi, if they can get in somewhere, they will. And that was just literally to get a picture of a celebrity walking to their car. They were willing to like kind of break and enter into an underground and like kind of trespass where they weren't supposed to be. Just for a picture of someone walking to their car. But yeah, huge story like this about the most prominent wealthy family in the area and two young beautiful women involved. People would be spam calling them trying to get the movie rights by now. Maybe. I wish I knew how to embroider. I can cross stitch, but I can't embroider. At least not on that kind of material. A whip is a good idea, though. Okay, I'm telling it to take this comment down and it's not working. What in the actual fuck? The chat's not working. It's frozen. Fucking A. What? No. Okay, StreamYards, what the hell are you doing? It's stuck. I'm just realizing she rewrote the same 3 books without even renaming them. Yes, that's what we're reading next. Hi. Okay, can everyone see me now? Yeah. StreamYard's just like, I don't know, died, glitched. Yes, it did. Off a cliff. But I think we're back. Okay, I'm gonna hope that we're back. Let me catch my breath. Hello, Carla Riley. Oh, we're getting Artie rated. Hi, Artie Raiders. Hi. Thank you for stopping by. Thank you, Artie, for sending everyone. You're so sweet. Love on you and the boys. That's probably why it crashed. But that's okay. It's worth it. Come and grab a duck. Plenty to go around. Drop a like while you're here. Please think about subscribing. Okay, for a second, I'm like, Kitty? And I'm like, no, he's not in the bedroom, so I don't have to get up. But everyone grab a seat. No, it's not like Artie's stream. We are reading a very bad book and I'm making fun of it. But link at the top of the chat if anyone would like to tip or donate. We have for $10 I will draw a duck and you get to name it. For $25 I will put on very real handcuffs for the rest of the chapter. And if anyone is crazy and donates $50, I will chug this entire glass in front of you. And hopefully keep it down. It's usually okay. I gotta tighten up the tie a little so we can see it better. I worked too hard on this to have it below camera most of the time. But say hi to our ducks. They're great. Okay, so we have news incoming from Detroit. Christian ushers me out of the car, keeping his arm around my waist. He leads me to the waiting elevator. Glad to be home, he asks. Yes, I whisper. But as I stand in the familiar surroundings of the elevator, oh God, are they going to make out in the elevator again? Because I'm not ready. The enormity of what I've been through crashes over me and I start to shake. That's going to happen for a while. Hey, Christian wraps his arms around me and pulls me close. You're home. You're safe, he says, kissing my hair. Oh, Christian, a dam I didn't even know was in place bursts and I start to sob. And it's too early to blame hormones. Hush now, Christian whispers, cradling my head against his. I hate when people do that. But it's too late. I weep, overwhelmed into his t-shirt, recalling Jack's vicious attack. It was so not. That's for leaving SIP, you fucking bitch. Telling Christian I was leaving. You're leaving me? And my fear, my gut-wrenching fear for Mia, myself, and for Little Blip. You didn't even believe Mia was really kidnapped. Like, way to zap all the tension from a kidnapping plot by having the person delivering the ransom repeatedly going, did they really kidnap her? Did they really? I should call and check. No, maybe I shouldn't, because they said don't. And I believe that they have magic powers and are watching me inside a bank. where I'm carrying a loaded gun and nobody has noticed. And $5 million is as easy to withdraw as a roll of quarters. When the door of the elevator slides open, Christian picks me up like I'm a child. There we go. Again, we just said the quiet part out loud. And carries me into the foyer. I wrap my arms around his neck and cling to him, keening quietly. Have you ever heard the word keening applied to a person? I have heard it applied to sounds that animals make, but not people. You know, even a thesaurus should come with an instruction manual sometimes, or like a when not to use. He carries me through to our bathroom and gently settles me on the chair. Bath? He asks. I shake my head. No, no, not like Layla. Because now why would you be having that thought right now? And wouldn't you want him to bathe you like he bathed her in some kind of like turnabout fair play kind of what? Why do I don't know. Shower? His voice is choked with concern. Right? I don't know. I think to me it's the same as wailing. Yeah, wailing and like making some kind of like howling sound. I don't know. I don't think it's a very good word here. Through my tears, I nod. I want to wash away the grime of the last few days. Wash away the memory of Jack's attack. You gold digging whore. It's appropriate. I sob into my hands as the sound of the water cascading from the shower echoes off the walls. Hey, Christian croons. Is he singing to her now? Because that's what croons means. Kneeling in front of me, he pulls my hands away from my tear-stained cheeks and cups my face in his hands. I gaze at him, blinking away my tears. You're safe. You both are, he whispers. Blip in me. I hate that she named it Blip. Like, what the heck? My eyes brim with tears again. Stop now. I can't bear it when you cry. His voice is hoarse. We've been told this like 10 times already, and it's only been like 5 pages. His thumbs wipe across my cheeks, but my tears still flow. I'm sorry, Christian. Just sorry for everything. For making you worry, for risking everything, for the things I said. Again, she's like the one person that should not be getting blamed or apologizing for anything, and yet that's all she's done. But that's kind of all she's done this entire book, honestly. Hush, baby, please. He kisses my forehead. I'm sorry it takes two to tango, Anna. He gives me a crooked smile. Well, that's what my mom always says. I said things and did things I'm not proud of. What, like in the last 5 minutes, or like what? I'm gonna need more context than that. His gray eyes are bleak but penitent. Let's get you undressed. His voice is soft. Okay, he's gone from being hoarse to soft in like one sentence. I wipe my nose with the back of my hand and he kisses my forehead once more. So again, we're doubling down on the being a child. Briskly, he strips me, taking particular care as he pulls my t-shirt over my head. But my head is not too sore. Leading me to the shower, he peels off his own clothing in record time before stepping into the welcome hot water with me. This is definitely they're gonna have like crying sex. He pulls me into his arms and holds me for the longest time as the water gushes over us, soothing us both. He lets me cry into his chest. Occasionally, he kisses my hair but doesn't let go. He just rocks me gently beneath the warm water to feel his skin against mine, his chest hair against my cheek. This man I love, this self doubting, beautiful man, the man I could have lost through my own recklessness. No! Stop it! Stop it! This is gross! Like, this is really gross. Like, if you look at it from book point of view, Oh, I know, right? But for him, absolutely the time. Because what does he do? What has he been shown to do? Every time that he is upset or like genuinely upset, I don't mean angry because that's a different thing. But when he is upset or wakes up from a nightmare, he literally yelled at her once because he woke up from a nightmare and wanted to use her as a fuck pillow to comfort himself, which he does several times throughout the series. And she was up getting a glass of water and he yelled at her for it. Because how dare you not be there when I want to use you as a literal like fuck pillow because I had a nightmare and the physical sensation of having sex will soothe me back to sleep. And I need you there to do that. So, yeah, he's like upset. There's definitely going to be sex of some kind. I feel empty and aching at the thought, but grateful that he's here. Still here, despite everything that's happened. Yeah, like he's gonna be the one to leave. Are you kidding me? He has everything he wants. Like, he literally has everything he wants in the world. He's never gonna be the one to leave. He will kill her before he leaves her. Like, no question. He has some explaining to do, but right now I want to revel in this feeling of his comforting, protective arms around me. Comforting, protective arms you didn't run to when you were involved in a possible kidnapping ransom, when you know he has all the security and power in the world, including military connections, and can disappear people, and was planning a kidnapping at the very least. Very, very least, and you know that, and you know he had the skills to get away with that, the skills and the people, and yet you didn't go to him. But you also didn't confirm that the supposedly kidnapped person had actually been kidnapped. So, and in that moment, it occurs to me any explanations on his part have to come from him. I can't force him. He's got to want to tell me. That doesn't mean you can't ask. He can say, I don't want to talk about it, or I'm not going to answer that, but you can still ask. It won't be cast as the nagging wife. That would be impossible. Constantly trying to wheedle information out of her husband. Yeah, because you've been there, done that, and it doesn't work. And it's just exhausting. I know he loves me. I know he loves me more than he's ever loved anyone. That arguably true, because he doesn't love anyone. And for now, that's enough. The realization is liberating. Honey, that's called self delusion. That's called denial. So we're going back to that strategy for dealing with him. Just pretend that he's not who he is. I stop crying and step back. Yeah, gee, after I've completely altered the reality in my head, I can stop crying. Better? He asks. I nod. Good. Let me look at you, he says. And for a moment I don't know what he means. But he takes my hand and examines the arm I fell on when Jack hit me. There are bruises on my shoulder and scrapes at my elbow and wrist. He kisses each one of them. I told you. I told you it was going to get twisted. I told you. He grabs a washcloth and shower gel from the rack, and the sweet, familiar scent of jasmine fills my nostrils. Turn around. Gently, he proceeds to wash my injured arm, then my neck, my shoulders, my back, and my other arm. He turns me sideways and traces his long fingers down my side. I wince as they skate over the large bruise at my hip. Christian's eyes harden and his lips thin. His anger is palpable as he whistles through his teeth. It doesn't hurt, I murmur to reassure him. Then why did you flinch if it doesn't hurt? Blazing gray eyes meet mine. I want to kill him. I nearly did. If he hasn't arranged for Hyde to die in jail yet, I will be shocked. He whispers cryptically. Yeah, why would it be cryptic? I frown, then shiver at his bleak expression. He squirts more shower gel on the washcloth and with tender, aching gentleness, he washes my side and my behind, then kneeling, moves down my legs. He pauses to examine my knee. His lips brush over the bruise before he returns to washing my legs and feet. Reaching down, I caress his head, running fingers through his wet hair. He stands and his fingers trace the outline of the bruise on my ribs where Jack kicked me. Oh, baby, he groans, his voice filled with anguish, his eyes dark with fury. I'm okay. I pull his head down to mine and kiss his lips. His hesitant He's hesitant to reciprocate, but as my tongue meets his body stirs against mine. Here we go. No, he whispers against my lips and he pulls back. Let's get you clean. Oh, are we saying he has some self control for once? Like ever? Yeah, right? And we really think a guy that supposedly has been into the BDSM lifestyle and quite violently so, or at least his violent interpretation of it, for like 20 plus years, we think he's going to be put off at the sight of like some little scrapes and a couple bruises? No. If anything, that would probably be a turn on. His face is serious. Damn, he means it. Even she's surprised that he's turning down sex right now. I pout, and the atmosphere between us lightens in an instant. He grins and kisses me briefly. Clean, he emphasizes, not dirty. I like dirty. Yes, because now we've made her an absolute slut. Not that there's anything wrong with that, except that it's not what she ever was. Me too, Mrs. Gray, but not here. Not now. He grabs the shampoo, and before I can persuade him otherwise, he's washing my hair. Okay, so they've just postponed sex till later. I love clean too. I feel refreshed and reinvigorated. I don't know if it's from the shower, the crying, or my decision to stop hassling Christian about everything. You never did that. That is such bullshit. She has never hassled him about one thing, let alone everything. And you do not know what the word hassle means if you think she ever did that, because like, I used to have to hassle lawyers on a regular basis to get them to respond to me or tell me something that was going on. I know how to first rate hassle people. I've made secretaries cry, not intentionally, but it happened. Like, it's a lot more than you are capable of. He wraps me in a large towel and drapes one around his hips while I gingerly dry my hair. My head aches, but it's a dull, persistent pain that's more manageable. I have some painkillers from Dr. Singh, but she's asked me not to use them unless I have to. As I dry my hair, I think about Elizabeth. I still don't understand why Elizabeth was involved with Jack. I do, Christian mutters darkly. This is news. I frown up at him, but I'm distracted. I thought we already knew this. Wasn't she was his assistant and they were like having an affair. Like, he's drying his hair with a towel. His chest and shoulders are still wet with beads of water that glint beneath the halogens. He pauses and smirks. So now she's like ultra horny all of a sudden. Like, there's a lot of things she would be feeling right now, but that's not one of them. Enjoying the view? How do you know? I asked, trying to ignore that I've been caught staring at my own husband. Thank you, Sethale. Oh, if I'm a monster, then would you like to punish me? Because I have things available. I mean, I have things other than this. I do have the whole array right beside me: riding crop, silicone paddle, leather whip, silicone whip, spike whip. You know, always got to have my toys at the ready. That's why they're fun. Da, 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 da. That you're enjoying the view, he teases. No, I scold. About Elizabeth. Detective Clark hinted at it. I give him my tell me more expression, and another nagging memory from when I was unconscious surfaces. Clark was in my room. I wish I could remember what he said. Hyde had videos of all of them, on several USB flash drives. We needed to know they were on flash drives. What? What? I frowned, my skin tightening across my forehead. Videos of him fucking her and fucking all his PAs. So that's what he had. He was blackmailing her. This is the explanation that he filmed himself having sex with her and then was blackmailing her. Like, what would it take? What would somebody have video of you to make you participate in kidnapping a highly prominent, highly wealthy person in a major city with idiot moron, obviously unhinged, unstable him as your partner in a multi-million dollar kidnap plot that if you get caught or fail, which you're going to because he's the worst bad guy ever, what would they have on you to make you go along with this? Because for me, it would have to be a hell of a lot more than a sex tape. Because I don't think I would honestly care if there were sex tapes of me out in the world. Oh, exactly. Blackmail material. He likes it rough. So what? Like, who cares? Christian frowns and I watch confusion followed by disgust cross his face. He pales as his disgust turns into self loathing. Of course, Christian likes it rough too. I have a feeling it's a different kind of rough. Not that there's anything wrong with any of it, but don't. The word is out of my mouth before I can stop it. His frown deepens. Don't what? He stills and regards me with apprehension. You aren't anything like him. Yeah, he is. They very much are two sides of the same coin. It's just one of them had more money than the other. And it's not like Hyde was unsuccessful either. Like, that was apparently his thing, that he felt like Christian Grey got the $1 million life and he didn't. But dude was the head of a major publishing company at like 30. He was doing like well in life. I'm just about off the counter one time, one was all, yes, sir, I'm making a note on the calendar for so and so to contact you. I can see her place. I've had that experience. I had somebody. Oh, I smeared my lipstick. No, I had somebody that was in my house, in my home, in my living room. They were supposed to be doing an assessment of some kind, OT assessment, and she was sitting there faking having computer trouble and faking restarting it for about 15 minutes, just wasting my fucking time and being the stupidest bitch, when the whole time I could see her entire computer screen reflected in the TV that was behind her. She was sitting on a blank Word doc page the entire time. So I to this day I have no idea what the point of that was, other than she was something else. She was literally like the most incompetent, rude person I ever encountered with all that bullshit. And I went through hundreds of assessments, literally hundreds, because the case went on for 21 years. So assessments like expire practically every 6 months. So literally went through hundreds. I saw the list of names once of everyone who had ever done one on me, and it was like 7 pages long. It was, at the time it was like 341 names, and that was when it was only like like maybe 15 years. So there was like another like 6 or 7 years on top of that. It was long. But yeah, it's really annoying when like people tell you they're doing something and then they don't, or you know that they're not. But I'm the person that would call that person out. Christian's eyes harden, but he says nothing, confirming that's exactly what he's thinking. You're not. My voice is adamant. Yeah, they are. We're cut from the same cloth. Yes, you are. No, you're not, I snap. Though I understand why he might think so. His dad died in a bar brawl. His mother drank herself into oblivion. He was in and out of foster homes as a kid. In and out of trouble, too. Mainly boosting cars. Spent time in juvie. And yet he became the head of a publishing company like 10 years after that? Really? I recall the information Christian revealed on the plane to Aspen. You both have a troubled past, and you were both born in Detroit. That's it, Christian. I fist my hands on my hips. Anna, your faith in me is touching, especially in light of the last few days. We'll know more when Welch is here. He dismisses the subject. Yeah, no, they have a lot in common. Again, yeah, they are like this is the point. Like I think in some lame ass way, James was trying to show that I don't know, like Hyde chose the dark side of the force and Christian chose the light side or something, even though he clearly didn't. He just kept the dark side in a locked red room and faked his way. He was very much like Anakin Skywalker to Hyde's Darth Vader. They are one and the same. It's just a question of which trilogy you're watching. Christian, he stops me with a kiss. Enough, he breathes. And I remember the promise I made to myself not to hound him for information. That's gonna be one of the worst. It's so dumb. And don't pout, he adds. Come, let me try your hair. And I know the subject is closed. Yeah, get used to that. That's gonna be your entire life. After dressing in sweatpants and a t shirt, I sit between Christian's legs as he tries my hair. The image. Get out of my head. So, did Clark tell you anything else while I was unconscious? Not that I recall. I heard a few of your conversations. The hairbrush stills in my hair. Did you? He asks, his tone nonchalant. Yes. My dad. Your dad. Detective Clark. Your mom. And Kate. Kate was there? Briefly, yes. She's mad at you, too. I turn in his lap. I stop. Stop with the everyone is mad at Anna crap, okay? Yes, yes, please let's stop. Because everyone is a jerk. Just telling you the truth, Christian says, bemused by my outburst. That's not an outburst. Yes, it was reckless. But your sister was in danger. His face falls. Yes, she was. Switching off the hairdryer, he puts it down on the bed beside him. He grasps my chin. Thank you, he says, surprising me. But no more recklessness, because next time I will spank the living shit out of you. I gasp. You wouldn't. I would, he says, serious. Holy cow. Deadly serious. I have your stepfather's permission, he smirks. He's teasing me. Or is he? I launch myself at him, and he twists so that I fall onto the bed and into his arms. Here we go. As I land, pain from my ribs shoots through me and I wince. Christian pales. Behave, he admonishes, and for a moment he's angry. Only a moment. Sorry, I mumble, caressing his cheek. They're just making her all the horny in this one. How are we doing? We're doing good. He nuzzles my hand and kisses it gently. Honestly, Anna, you really have no regard for your own safety. Well, who do we think caused that? Like, that is all you're doing. He tugs up the hem of my t-shirt and then rests his fingers on my belly. I stop breathing. It's not just you anymore. By the time she's 9 months pregnant, he's going to literally have her chained to the bed in the apartment with like bubble wrap on everything and bars on the windows. He whispers, trailing his fingertips along the waistband of my sweats, caressing my skin. Desire explodes, unexpected, hot, and heavy in my blood. I gasp and Christian tenses, halting his fingers and gazing down at me. He moves his hand up and tucks a stray lock of hair behind my ear. No, he whispers. What? Don't look at me like that. I've seen the bruises, and the answer's no. His voice is firm, and he kisses my forehead. Oh, I know, right? I think it's. I think he's making some allusion to, like, I don't know, asking her father for her hand in marriage, like, or if we want to get real into remembering where these come from and where that comes from, like, there are parts of North America where corporal punishment is used on children and on wives, and women are passed directly from their fathers to their husbands, and they take the giving away the bride part very, very seriously. Recall, trying to remember what was her name in Handmaid's Tale. Nick's young wife. Was it Eden? I think her name was Eden. Yeah, we see it once with her and once with Serena that, yeah, in Gilead, you can totally use corporal punishment on your wife, and in fact, you're expected to, and there are parts of the world where that's very real right now. So yeah, when daddy's not there to spank him anymore, it's the husband's job. Most often found in, very tight-knit religious groups, certainly. The man is the head of the household, head of the wife, and you're there to obey me and make me a sandwich crap. I squirm. Christian, I whine. No, get into bed. He sits up. Bed? You need rest. I need you. Since when has she ever been like this, ever? He closes his eyes and shakes his head as if in a great effort of will. When he opens them again, his eyes are bright with his resolve. Just do as you're told, Anna. Yeah, she should know by now. And I swear he's punishing her by withholding sex because it would be so like him. I'm tempted to take off all my clothes, but then I remember the bruises and know I'm not going to win that way. Reluctantly, I nod. Okay. I give him an exaggerated pout. Trust me, with cracked ribs, the fucking is like the last thing you want to do. Just think about the physics. He grins, amused. I'll bring you some lunch. You're going to cook? I nearly expire. He has the grace to laugh. I'm going to heat something up. Mrs. Jones has been busy. Christian, I'll do it. I'm fine. Jeez. I want sex. I can certainly cook. What does one have to do with the other? I sit up awkwardly, trying to hide the flinch caused by my smarting ribs, and yet, yeah, you can't even sit up without flinching, but you want to have sex right now. This is not a good idea. Bed. Christian's eyes flash and he points to the pillow. Join me, I murmur, wishing I were wearing something a little more alluring than sweatpants and a t-shirt. Seriously, what did they give her at the hospital to induce this level of horny? Hannah, get into bed. Now. Oh, I think we have our first highlight-worthy line. I like to get at least one a chapter. That will do. Ooh, this is still heavy. See, what I need to do is just do this. 'Cause I need the weight to be more supported by this. I scowl, stand up, and let my pants drop unceremoniously to the floor. So, yeah, just drop your pants in front of someone. That'll, uh-huh. Glaring at him the whole time, his mouth twitches with humor as he pulls the duvet back. You heard Dr. Singh. She said rest. She also said you could have sex. His voice is gentler. I slip into the bed and fold my arms in frustration. Stay, he says, clearly enjoying himself. My scowl deepens. Yeah, he's definitely punishing her. Mrs. Jones' chicken stew is without doubt one of my favorite dishes. Christian eats with me, sitting cross-legged in the middle of the bed. That was very well heated. I smirk and he grins. I'm replete and sleepy. Was this his plan? No, he drugged you like always. You look tired. He picks up my tray. I am. Good. Sleep. He kisses me. I have some I need to do. I'll do it in here if that's okay with you. I nod, fighting a losing battle with my eyelids. I had no idea chicken stew could be so exhausting. I'm sorry, is that an in joke admitting that he drugged her? Because that's what it sounds like to me. Because he definitely did. Like, I have no question of this. He drugged her. Again. Bitter. Reading with very dry lips is hard. Uh, it's dusk when I wake. Pale pink light floods the room. Christian is sitting in the armchair watching me, gray eyes luminous in the ambient light. He's clutching some papers. His face is ashen. Holy cow. What's wrong? I ask immediately, sitting up and ignoring my protesting ribs. Welch has just left. Oh, and he also probably wanted her unconscious while he talked to Welch because he didn't know what he was going to say. And he wanted to know before she found out so he could either, like, leave stuff out if he wanted to. I bet you anything. Oh shit. And I lived with the fucker, he whispers. Lived? With Jack? He nods, his eyes wide. You're related? No. Good God, no. I shuffle over and pull the duvet back, inviting him into bed beside me. And to my surprise, he doesn't hesitate. He's kicked off his shoes and he kicks off his shoes and slides in alongside me. Wrapping one arm around me, he curls up, resting his head in my lap. I'm stunned. What's this? So now it's his turn to act like a child. I don't understand, I murmur, running my fingers through his hair and gazing down at him. Christian closes his eyes and furrows his brow as if he's straining to remember. After I was found with the crack whore, before I went to live with Kark and Grace, I was in the care of Michigan State. I lived in a foster home, but I can't remember anything about that time. My mind reels. A foster home? This is news to both of us. How would he not know? Obviously, he would have been in the system for a while before being adopted because, yeah, like, that's just how that works. There would have been paperwork and lawyers, and, like, they would have looked for other relatives, and it would have taken a while, right? Uh, for how long? I whisper. 2 months or so. I have no recollection. Well, dude, you were like 4 years old. Most people don't remember being 4 at all. Have you spoken to your mom and dad about it? No. Perhaps you should. Maybe they could fill in the blanks. He hugs me tightly. Here. He hands me the papers, which turn out to be 2 photographs. I reach over and switch on the bedside light so I can examine them in detail. The first photo is of a shabby house with a yellow front door and a large, gabled window in the roof. It has a porch and a small front yard. It's an unremarkable house. The second photo is of a family. At first glance, an ordinary blue collar family. A man and his wife, I think, and their children. The adults are both dressed in dowdy, overwashed blue t shirts. They must be in their 40s. Why am I suddenly not able to breathe? The woman has scraped back blonde hair, and the man a severe buzz cut, but they're both smiling warmly at the camera. The man has his hand draped over the shoulders of a sullen teenage girl. I gaze at each of the children. 2 boys, identical twins, about 12, both with sandy blonde hair, grinning broadly at the camera. There's another boy who's smaller, with reddish blonde hair, scowling and hiding behind him, and a copper haired, gray eyed little boy, wide eyed and scared, dressed in mismatched clothes and clutching a child's dirty blanket. Fuck. This is you, I whisper, my heart lurching into my throat. I know Christian was 4 when his mother died, but this child looks much younger. He must have been severely malnourished. I stifle a sob as tears spring to my eyes. Oh, my sweet 50. Christian nods. That's me. And this is nothing you didn't already know. Just FYI. Welch brought these photos? Yes, I don't remember any of this. His voice is flat and lifeless. Remember being with foster parents? Why should you? Christian, it was a long time ago. Is that what's worrying you? I remember other things from before and after when I met my mom and dad. But this, it's like there's a huge chasm. My heart twists and my understanding dawns. My darling control freak likes everything in its place, and now he's learned he's missing part of the jigsaw. Is Jack in this picture? Yes, he's the older kid. Christian's eyes are still screwed shut, and he's clinging to me as if I were a life raft. I run my fingers through his hair while I gaze at the older boy, who's glaring defiant and arrogant at the camera. I can see it's Jack, but he's just a kid, a sad 8 or 9-year-old, hiding his fear behind hostility. A thought occurs to me. When Jack called to tell me he had Mia, he said if things had been different, it could have been him. Christian closes his eyes and shudders. That fucker. He's really become a man of like so few words. Oh, yes! Yes, Sethale. Yes, that's exactly. Yes! That is exactly what she is trying to do. Yes. We're supposed to. She's been doing that this entire book. Yeah. You're supposed to feel very, very sorry for him. You're supposed to forgive him for being an evil, abusive, psycho, drugging women, probable murderer of many of his subs. Yeah, you're supposed to forgive him for everything. Yeah, like that's been the excuse for his behavior since the beginning. Is he had a fucked up childhood, therefore that's why he abuses women. His own explanation for why he was attracted to her is, quote, I like to beat and whip brown-haired little girls who look like my dead mother. That is why he chose his submissives. That's why he only had blonde women working at the office, because otherwise he gets distracted by brown hair and knows he'll end up sexually harassing them and get sued and publicly outed of his own company. No, it's not working at all. But no, his entire thing is that he gets off on fucking and beating women who look like his dead mother because it's his twisted act of revenge. Because he's mad at her for being a crack whore and for dying. But yes, we're supposed to feel sad for him, and it's supposed to excuse all of his abusive, controlling, like, disgusting behavior because, oh, he had a crappy childhood. He had a mother who died. He used to get in trouble and whatever. Yeah, it's supposed to excuse all of it because he just can't help himself. He has to do it. It's the same like it's the same excuse as crack addicts make for why they need crack. Like, yep. Yep. That is his entire story. If you had to summarize this character, that's it right there. Right in one persnickety. Mhm. 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 Yeah, he did drive at least one of his living subs insane. I mean, if we account for the fact that he killed at least 10 of them, probably 11, because he was going to punish Susie for bringing Layla around. Yep. God, if a crappy childhood actually got you out of anything, I could have murdered half the people on the planet and gotten away with it. Mm. uh, excuse me. Excuse me. You think he did all this because the Greys adopted you instead of him? That is the explanation the movie gives. Are we saying the book doesn't even go that far? But in the movie, he also has this like montage they put in at the end of him like making peace with his mother and like who she was and his childhood and like forgiving her and like crying over her grave. I'm pretty sure the movie made all that up. Because again, exactly like Seth Dale is having problems trying to see him as any kind of sympathetic or empathetic character, the movie knew they were in deep shit. So they added all of that. Uh, who knows? Christian's tone is bitter. I don't give a fuck about him. Perhaps he knew we were seeing each other when I went for that job interview. Perhaps he planned to seduce me all along. Bile rises in my throat. I don't think so, Christian mutters, his eyes now open. The searches he did on my family didn't start until a week or so after you began your job at SIP. Barney knows the exact dates, and Anna, he fucked all his assistants and taped them. Christian closes his eyes and tightens his grip on me once more. Suppressing the tremor that runs through me, I try to recall my various conversations with Jack when I first started at SIP. I knew deep down he was bad news, yet I ignored all my instincts. Christian's right. I have no regard for my own safety. Yeah, this is true. We've seen it in action, marrying him being the biggest example. I remember the fight we had about me going to New York with Jack. Jeez, I could have ended up on some sordid sex tape. Okay, you're implying one of two things there. Either that you would have cheated on your were they married by then or just engaged? Whatever. Either your fiance or your husband, that you would have cheated on them, or you're implying that Jack would have raped you. That's the only way you would have ended up on a sordid sex tape. The thought is nauseating. And in that moment, I recall the photographs that Christian kept of his submissives. There we go. Oh shit. We're cut from the same cloth. No, Christian, you're not. You're nothing like him. He's still curled around me like a small boy. It could be misread so badly. Christian, I think you should talk to your mom and dad. I'm reluctant to move him, so I shift and slide back onto the bed until we're eye to eye. A bewildered gray gaze meets mine, reminding me of the child in the photograph. Let me call them, I whisper. He shakes his head. Please, I beg. Christian stares at me, pain and self doubt reflected in his eyes as he considers my request. Oh, Christian, please. Okay, how about you just pick up the phone and dial? I'll call them, he whispers. Good. We can go see them together, or you can go, whichever you prefer. No, they can come here. Why? I don't want you going anywhere. Yeah, he's not going to let her go anywhere ever again for multiple reasons. One, the beating and kidnapping bullshit, but two, she's pregnant and he's going to become the most paranoid person in the world. He was already pretty far down that path. But yeah, girl, you're not leaving this apartment probably ever again. But certainly not while pregnant because he will see like bricks falling out of the sky everywhere. Christian, I'm up for a car journey. No, but his voice is firm, but he gives me an ironic smile. Anyway, it's Saturday night. They're probably at some function. Call them. This news has obviously upset you. They might be able to shed some light on it. I glance at the radio alarm. It's almost 7 in the evening. He regards me impassively for a moment. Okay, he says as if I issued him a challenge. Sitting up, he picks up the bedside phone. I wrap my arm around him and rest my head on his chest as he makes the call. Dad. I register his surprise that Carrick has answered the phone. Anna's good. We're home. Welch has just left. He found out the connection. The foster home in Detroit. I don't remember any of that. Christian's voice is almost inaudible as he mutters the last sentence. My heart constricts once more. I hug him and he squeezes my shoulder. Yes, because we feel so very bad for him, don't we? I cannot. That's right. Yeah, not like Jack at all. Jack just apparently had consensual rough sex with multiple women and filmed it. That's not so bad. For some people, that's a day job. Uh, my wrists are way too free during all this. Right? Yes! Oh, yes, Cecil, you are right. Yep. Yep, she never got that message. Definitely not. Oh. Yep. Yep. That is the sentiment. That is it. That's entirely what this book deserves. Every bit of it. Yeah, you will? Great. He hangs up. They're on their way. Oh, so apparently they didn't have plans tonight. Well, also consider, like, Mia is, I believe, still living with them. Nobody, by the way, we haven't seen her since the Aspen trip. She's apparently been kidnapped, drugged, and rescued, but was obviously traumatized from what we were told. And we haven't seen her. Note how he is not concerned about his sister at all. Like, we never had Anastasia wake up in the hospital and go like, where's Christian? Oh, he's down the hall in Mia's room. That never happened. We've not even heard him mention Mia or show any concern about her at all. And he fully expected that his parents, who are taking care of her, would be out at a function. I know, right? Especially the ones who existed as like one-line side character who only existed because the matching character existed in Twilight, let's be honest. That's the only reason the Mia character exists, because there was an Alice, so she had to write a matching character. Ugh. I need my steel security blankie to handle this shit. She's alive. She's perfectly fine. Yeah, no, Mia's perfectly fine. They said she was roofied as like the method to kidnap her, but other than that, she was completely fine, untouched. They're on their way. He sounds surprised, and I realize that he's probably never asked them for help. Well, he never had to. Good. I should get dressed. Christian's arm tightens around me. Don't go. Okay. I snuggle into his side again, stunned by the fact that he's told me a great deal about himself. Entirely voluntarily. No, it wasn't. And no, he didn't. He didn't actually tell you anything about him. He told you what somebody else told him about Jack Hyde that happened to match one thing about him, which is that they both spent some amount of time in the same foster home. And even at that age, I find it hard to believe, especially when he's talking about, he said, like a few months. I find it hard to believe that you would not remember being in the system for a few days because it is so jarring. And I can speak as somebody who was in and out of the system a few times at that age. Not quite that age. I wasn't 4. I was closer to like 6 or 7, but it was only a couple of days each time. But I vividly remember all of it. Like I could probably still, and I'm not good with faces or this tie, but I could probably still pick the 2 sets of foster parents that I stayed with out of a lineup. And like I said, I was like 6 or 7. One of them I only stayed with for one night. And yeah, that was the one where I got dropped off to them, severely asthmatic child, and the idiot social worker refused to take my inhaler from the nurse at the hospital. So I didn't have my inhaler. Severely asthmatic child, severely, like in and out of hospital with it regularly at that point. And I got dropped off at close to midnight in a house with 2 adults sitting at the table where there is an ashtray that looked like one of those bloomin' onions from Outback Steakhouse because it was so overflowing with smoldering cigarette butts, and you couldn't even see the ceiling in the tiny kitchen because there was literally like a foot and a half of smoke in the like top of the kitchen. And they're both sitting there chain smoking, and there's like 3 dozen empty beer bottles all over the table. They're both trashed, wasted. And they had a natural daughter who put a knife to my neck and stole my journal. And I remember the idiot social worker the entire time we were driving there. It was a long drive. It was like 35 minutes. The entire time she's bitching about the fact that, oh, she had plans or something and she got called in on an emergency because of me and blah, blah, blah. And she's ranting like this is my fucking fault. And that's where you drop off a 7-year-old in the middle of the night. Like, really? I remember my mom found out about it. She was pissed, and when she asked the social worker, basically WTF, but not so politely, the social worker, the entire like social work system, basically responded with, "Well, what the fuck do you want?" It was the middle of the night. It was an emergency. We put kids where we have places. It's like, uh, yeah. Did it ever occur to you these people shouldn't be foster parents, given what you walked into? But no, just leave a kid there who has no idea what's going on, because literally I kept asking and nobody would tell me what the fuck was going on. Because why would you do that? No, kids are too young and stupid to understand anything. You know, they're often the smartest people in the room, actually. Where was I? As we stand at the threshold of the great room, Grace wraps me gently in her arms. Anna, Anna, darling Anna, she whispers, saving two of my children. How can I ever thank you? Okay, can we stop? I blush, touched and embarrassed in equal measure by her words. Carrick hugs me too, kissing my forehead. Then Mia grabs me, squishing my ribs. I wince and gasp. Yeah, don't do that! But she doesn't notice. Thank you for saving me from those assholes. Okay. She didn't really save you. Your big bro kind of did that. She was getting her butt kicked. Christian scowls at her. Mia, careful. She's in pain. Yeah, see how much he cares about his sister? Oh, sorry. I'm good, I mutter, relieved when she releases me. She looks fine, impeccably dressed in a tight black jeans and a pale pink frilly blouse. I'm glad I'm wearing my comfortable wrap dress and flats. At least I look reasonably presentable. Who cares? I wouldn't even changed out of sweats or probably gotten out of bed. Racing over to Christian, Mia curls her arms around his waist. Wordlessly, he hands Grace the photo. She gasps, her hand flying to her mouth to contain her emotions as she instantly recognizes Christian. Carrick wraps his arms around her shoulder as he too examines it. Oh, darling. Grace caresses Christian's cheek. Taylor appears. Mr. Gray, Miss Kavanaugh, her brother, and your brother are coming up, sir. Oh, so we're just having one big reunion. We're just calling everybody. Okay, there is not a new Twilight movie, so shut your mouth. Yeah. They're gonna remake those though. You know they are, because they made way too much money and they still get made fun of so much online that there are people who will go see them to make fun of them again, because they will be terrible again. They'll just be a different kind of terrible. But yeah, mark my words, within the next 10 years, they're going to remake the Twilight movies. There's no avoiding it. Okay, Hollywood doesn't do original content anymore. They just remake and reboot, or both at the same time, stuff with a recognizable name that they butcher until it's no longer recognizable as being part of the name it's attached to. Didn't you get the memo? Uh, Christian frowns. Thank you, Taylor, he mutters, bemused. I called Elliot and told him we were coming over. Mia grins. It's a welcome home party. Yeah, she's annoying. I sneak a sympathetic glance at my poor husband as both Grace and Carrick glare at Mia in exasperation. Yeah, she's not funny or cute. She's just irritating. And again, isn't she supposed to be like a doctor as well? And yet every time she's in a scene, she acts like a ditzy 12-year-old. We'd better get some food together, I declare. Mia, will you give me a hand? Oh, I'd love to. I usher her towards the kitchen area as Christian leads his parents into the study. Kate is apoplectic with righteous indignation that's aimed at me and Christian, but most of all, Jack and Elizabeth. What were you thinking, Anna? Okay, can we stop doing this? She shouts as she confronts me in the kitchen, causing all eyes in the room to turn and stare. Kate, please, I've had the same lecture from everyone. I snap back. She glares at me, and for a minute I think I'm going to be subjected to a Catherine Kavanaugh how not to succumb to kidnappers lecture. But instead she folds me in her arms. Geez, sometimes you don't have the brains you were born with, Steele. That's true. She never has. She whispers, but she kisses my cheek. There are tears in her eyes. Kate, I've been so worried about you. Don't cry, you'll set me off. She stands back and wipes her eyes, embarrassed, and then takes a deep breath and composes herself. On a more positive note, we've set a date for our wedding. We thought next May, and of course I want you to be my matron of honor. Oh, Kate, wow, congratulations. Crap, little blip, Junior. What is it? She asked, misinterpreting my alarm. Oh, that's probably like right when she's due. So it's like, can't exactly commit to anything right around there. Um, I'm just so happy for you. Some good news for a change. I wrap my arms around her and pull her into a hug. Shit, shit, shit. When is Blip due? Mentally, I calculate my due date. Dr. Green said I was about 4 or 5 weeks. Actually, she said 3 or 4. So sometime in May. Shit. Elliot hands me a glass of champagne. Oh shit. Yeah. You're not hiding this anymore. You just get it over with. Just get it over with. Just shout really loud so everyone can hear it once. You're done. Christian emerges from the study looking ashen and follows his parents into the great room. His eyes widen when he sees the glass in my hand. Kate, he greets her coldly. Yeah, they're never getting along. Just stop trying. Christian, she greets equally cold. I sigh. Your meds, Mrs. Gray. He eyes the glass in my hand. I narrow my eyes. Damn it, I want a drink. Well, you can't! For a very long time. Grace smiles as she joins me in the kitchen, collecting a glass from Elliot on the way. A sip will be fine, she whispers with a conspiratorial wink at me, and lifts her glass to clink mine. Christian scowls at both of us until Elliot distracts him with news of his latest match between the Mariner news of the latest match between the Mariners and the Rangers. Those are baseball, right? Sorry if they're not, but I think they are. Carrick joins us, putting his arm around us both, and Grace kisses his cheek before joining me on the sofa. How is he? I whisper to Carrick as he and I stand in the kitchen watching the family lounge on the sofa. I note with surprise that Mia and Ethan are holding hands. Shaken, Carrick murmurs to me, his brow furrowing, his face serious. He remembers so much of his life with his birth mother. Many things I wish he didn't. But this. He stops. I hope we've helped. I'm glad he called us. He said you told him to. Carrick's gaze softens. I shrug and take a hasty sip of champagne. You're very good for him. He doesn't listen to anyone else. He doesn't listen to her! He didn't listen to her by calling you. He only did it. She even said his tone when he said, okay, I'll do it, was in a challenging manner because he had said it's Saturday night, they'll be out at something. And so he only did it because he was sure that nobody was going to answer. And he was doing it in a see, I'll show you, I told you so kind of fashion. He didn't call them because he meant it. He called them because he wanted her to shut up. And he was sure that nobody would answer. That's it. So, no, he wasn't listening to her. He never listens to her. Like, I don't know where people are getting this illusion. Like, they're all deluding themselves that he's changed, and he hasn't at all. I frown, but I don't think that's true. Yes, it's not. The unwelcome specter of the bitch troll lurms large in my mind. You know, it's better when you called her Mrs. Robinson. Also, she was definitely watching Drag Race and stole that term. I know Christian talks to Grace too. I heard him. Again, I feel a moment's frustration as I try to fathom their conversation in the hospital, but it still eludes me. Come and sit down, Anna. You look tired. I'm sure you weren't expecting all of us here this evening. I'm glad to see everyone. I smile because it's true. It is great. I'm an only child who's married into a large and gregarious family. What? And I love it. I snuggle up next to Christian. One sip, he hisses at me and takes my glass from my hand. Yeah, like nobody's gonna notice. Yes, sir. I bat my lashes, disarming him completely. He puts his arm around my shoulders and returns to his baseball conversation with Elliot and Ethan. See, what should have happened is Mia notices him take the champagne and goes, "Oh my God, you're pregnant!" Like she wouldn't. My parents think you walk on water, Christian mutters as he drags off his t-shirt. I'm curled on the bed watching the floor show. Good thing you know differently, I snort. Oh, I don't know. He slips out of his jeans. Did they fill the gaps for you? Some. I lived with the Colliers for 2 months while Mom and Dad waited for the paperwork. They were already approved for adoption because of Elliot, but the wait required by law to see if I had any living relatives was required by law to see if I had any living relatives who wanted to claim me. See? I know how this shit works. I said they would have looked for relatives, and that takes time. I fucking know what I'm talking about. How do you feel about that? I whisper. He frowns. About having no living relatives? Fuck that. If they were anything like the crack whore. He shakes his head in disgust. Oh, Christian, you were a child, and you loved your mom. He slides on his pajamas, climbs into bed, and gently pulls me into his arms. It's coming back to me. I remember the food. Mrs. Collier could cook. And at least we know now why that fucker was so hung up on my family. He runs his free hand through his hair. Fuck, he says, suddenly turning to gape at me. What? It makes sense now. His eyes are full of recognition. What? Baby Bird. Mrs. Collier used to call me Baby Bird. I frown. That makes sense? The note, he says, gazing at me. The ransom note that fucker left. It went something like, Do you know who I am? Because I know who you are, Baby Bird. This makes no sense to me at all. Did we see this? Does anybody remember this? I don't. There wasn't a ransom note. There was a phone call. This didn't happen. Like, I don't know if the editor or if the author, somebody cut a scene out. Something got deleted because there wasn't a ransom note. It was a phone call from Mia's phone. There wasn't a ransom note. No, they never said the phrase baby bird. I bet you anything if I pull up a PDA of this and search for the words baby bird right now, the only place they're going to appear is on page 501. This didn't happen. Like this is not just bad writing. This is literally this didn't happen. Like when you delete shit, you got to make sure it still makes sense. But no, this is the third one. They could have held it. What the hell? How do you not notice? How do you not notice that big of an error? We're reading this 2 chapters at a time over several months. I can rarely have ever remember what happened the week before because nothing happened. And I know this. Here's a good line. This makes no sense to me at all. Well said. It's from a kid's book, Christian. The Colliers had it. It was called Are You My Mother? Shit. Is that a real book? Does anyone know? I love that book. Oh, I know that book. My heart lurches. 50. Oh, she feels so sad for him. Ugh. I'm gonna puke. Mrs. Collier used to read it to me. I'm at a loss as to what to say. Christ, he knew. That fucker knew. Well, yeah, he's older. He's gonna remember. Will you tell the police? Yes, I will. Why would they care? Why does it matter? It doesn't matter. He's going to jail forever. What does it matter? Christian knows what Clark will do with that information. Which is what? Like, why would the cops even care that they had been in the same foster home except to, like, possibly help fill out motive, which they don't need? Like, they caught him literally, like, in the midst of a kidnap ransom plot, you know, and several other crimes. He's never getting out of jail. Christian shakes his head as if trying to clear his thoughts. Anyway, thank you for this evening. Whoa, gear change. For what? Catering for my family at a moment's notice. Don't thank me, thank Mia and Mrs. Jones. She keeps the pantry well stocked. He shakes his head as if in exasperation. At me? Why? How are you feeling, Mrs. Gray? Good. How are you feeling? I'm fine. He frowns, not understanding my concern. Oh, in that case, I trail my fingers down his stomach to his oh so happy trail. We cannot give up on Anna is horny. I'm right. I knew it. I knew it. Thank you for looking. Thank you for looking. You are the best. But I knew it. I knew it. I would have remembered that phrase. I'm trying to think. Why do I know it? There's a movie. It's from Anaconda. That's why I would remember it. Because I love the movie Anaconda because it's ridiculous, hokey, over the top, but it's got some great quotable lines delivered by John Voight, one of which is he calls the redheaded one Baby Bird. And he does it like 3 times in a really creepy way. Are the other 4 involving flipping someone the bird? He laughs and grabs my hand. Oh no, don't get any ideas. I pout and he sighs. Anna, 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 what am I going to do with you? He kisses my hair. I have some ideas. I squirm beside him and wince as pain radiates through my upper body from my bruised ribs. Yeah, you're in so much pain you can hardly move, but you really want a bone right now. Not buying it. Maybe. You've been through enough. Besides, I have a bedtime story for you. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Oh, he wanted to know. He trails off, closes his eyes, and swallows. All the hair on my body stands on end. Shit. He begins in a soft voice. Picture this: an adolescent boy looking to earn some extra money so he can continue his secret drinking habit. He shifts onto his side so that we're laying facing each other, and he's gazing into my eyes. So, I was in the backyard at the Lincolns clearing some rubbish and trash from their extension. Mr. Lincoln had From the extension Mr. Lincoln had just added to their place. Holy fuck. He's talking. As if he's a toddler that just learned how to speak. But she's like, no, he's finally telling me about himself and his life and times he fucked up and what it was like growing up. And we don't need this, especially right now. Also, end of chapter. So, everybody stretch, get up, get a drink, pet a fur baby. But this is supposed to be, oh my god, he's turned into a real boy. That's why the next chapter is the last one. But like I said, we're not reading all of it tonight because it's too damn long. I have preemptively drawn a line, literally, where we are going to stop. And then the second half of the last chapter and the epilogue and the little preview vignettes that she wrote will be next week. I'm not sure about the vignettes, we'll see, but yeah. We are getting into the we are about to start the final chapter. There we go. Ah. Yep. Okay, everybody stretch. Stretch, stretch, stretch. Ugh. Oh, that feels so good. No, not quite all of it. Now okay, the last chapter is this much. It's 35 pages by itself. That's why I drew a line on page 20, because usually each chapter I try to keep to 20 pages. So then this is the last chapter. It's the most of it. And then the epilogue is that. So together they're quite a lot. They're over 50 pages together. And then the rest of it, minus the back page, is this, which is 2 vignettes of what would turn into the book Gray. It wasn't called that. Apparently, she was originally going to title it. It says in here somewhere. Yeah, it was originally. Okay, I'm trying to hold on. Wait, my bookmark is still in. Okay, I'm covering the last page, but it was originally going to be called Shades of Christian, I guess. So that changed at some point. And yeah, so there's one that says Shades of Christian, and then one that says Meet 50 Shades, and that's quite long. Yeah, it's like an entire chapter. Yeah, after the epilogue, there is another 30 pages. Yeah, right. It is better just going with the one word title. It really is, especially for something that's just being told again from the reverse point of view. But I am going to be oh so curious how much retconning and how much deleting of what was in these three when we see it from his point of view. How different will things be in an effort to rehab him, because she had years to do it, and by that point was being forced almost to be aware of what people thought of her creation. I mean, seriously, I'm writing a fanfic about an actual character. Well, not actual, but I'm writing a fanfic involving a character that is an actual serial killing psychopath. And somehow my creation is way more human than anything in these. We're gonna go ahead and pour ourselves a second glass. I will take this opportunity to remind everyone we have several sponsorship tiers available. For $10, you get a duck drawn at random, and you get to name it. Whoa, I'm not paying attention. Shit. Fuck, I started talking and I wasn't paying attention. I just completely overfilled the glass. Damn it. I didn't want to do that. Damn it. Completely overfilled it. If ever you wanted to make me chug, you'd really get your money's worth right now, because I just completely... No, there's no wine box this week because, I don't know, there's some kind of shortage going on where that's also why I overpour, because I'm not used to pouring out of these giant bottles. There's some kind of like shortage. I think it's to do with all the tariff bullshit and the fact that Ford has been trying to deprivatize, not privatize, but de-government regulate the sale of alcohol in the province, basically, because all alcohol used to be sold only by government-approved stores run by the government, and then they basically slippery slope. They started letting grocery stores sell beer, and now he wants to basically turn us into the United States of idiots and let anybody like be able to sell alcohol like in any kind of a store like they do in the States, which we don't do here. And there's reasons we don't do that here, and it'll be a fucking disaster. I can tell you right now, it's going to be an absolute disaster. But also, he said some bullshit about, in a retaliatory fashion, possibly pulling every American brand or American made brand of alcohol off the store shelves, which I'm not sure how much that would leave. I mean, we make a lot of wine here. Ontario is known for wine, but we don't make everything. And So I don't know if that's affecting it, but yeah, there were major like supply short. Like I had to like I get delivery, but I had to like order from a not my normal place. Because I looked like 4 different places and different delivery sites, and everywhere was like out of everything that I'm used to getting. They're just completely sold out, or it's no longer listed even. So I don't know. Thank you for the encouragement. But yeah, I overfilled that way more than I wanted to. Let's drink a little slower. Mm. Oh yes, I was saying, the ducks are $10. You get to name it. They are drawn at random. For 25, I will put these on. Last chance to cuff me up for the night and make me a very sorry naughty girl. I hate that I did the voice, but I'm good at it. I'm good at doing the simpy pouty voice. I'm good at doing a lot of voices actually, but yes, we have our cuffs for Snickety. I don't think you've seen yet. If you're still watching, we have real handcuffs now. They're real. They're not safety. See, they have a real key that is not the same as my fake keys. They even double lock. They have the button to double lock them. They're very great. I'm not going to break these like the other 3 pairs that I broke, but they're a lot of fun. I do have an emergency key tied on a string around my monitor so that I cannot get in trouble and be unable to let myself out if this key gets lost. Because even with non-safety cuffs, safety first. But yeah, we gotta do something with this pouch. We gotta put something on this pouch. Maybe I'll run a poll in Discord for the week. That's an idea. We could do a design contest. I can measure this to give the dimension. We could take design ideas. That's something. I mean, I'm not saying I'll be able to execute them perfectly, but I'm not completely unskilled. We could do that. That's an idea. You know, because with the flap, we've got basically this area, and then we've got the flap where you can put something. It's got quite thick sides. We could do some kind of design around the side. You know, you maybe put a name or something across the top. Yeah, we could do. We could trick it out. We could do this. I've also learned not to carry it upside down because the key will fall out. Oh yeah, yeah. No, it is. I know. I saw about the pressure treated lumber. Yeah, and that the companies that um I cannot think of the word. I'm going to say the companies that manufacture and distribute it here. Manufacture is not the word I want, but PayPal directly is probably easier, just because Stream Elements has been a little unreliable lately. But I did realize that Stream Elements has actually only been reliable since the inauguration, so I don't know if something changed. Because again, remember it took me over a month to get Stream Elements working because it is set up so differently in Canada and they didn't make that clear, so I didn't know. And I didn't know that I wasn't able to set it up in the normal way. I had to do some pretty deep internet diving and asking around to figure that out, because nowhere does Stream Elements tell you. It's because a lot of the like the cash apps and the online transfer services that are available in America, like Venmo, Cash App, you can't get any of that here. Never have been able to. None of them work here. Like if I go on my phone, oh, about conversions? Oh, I know, they are shit to begin with. PayPal does suck. They are a ripoff on conversion rates, so Stream Elements might be better there. If that's the concern, Stream Elements is probably the better choice, but I do not know for sure. But yeah, like if I go on the Google App Store and try to look up Venmo or Cash App or one of the 50 billion other ones, they won't come up for me. I can't use them, I can't download them, they don't exist here because they're not backed by a real bank, therefore they are not allowed to be a financial tool or institution here. It's like when Western Union and the like first started here, like Western Union had a huge problem getting into Canada because they did not meet the standards. They were basically trying to be a bank, but they weren't a bank. And you're not allowed to do that. So they did eventually come in. They still exist here. Not many, but they do still exist, but they're very different. Really? Does PayPal own Venmo? Do they? I didn't know that. I mean, I'm not surprised, but I did not know that PayPal owned Venmo. Yeah, I'd never heard that. You know, again, it must be because Venmo isn't allowed here, so I don't know anything about it. Other than when I've had people ask me, "Do you have Venmo so I can send you the thing?" And I'm like, "No." And they're like, "Well, can you download it?" No. Then try explaining to people that, "Oh, my country doesn't allow it." That's going to be easier now since the US banned TikTok. And I know they undid it, but I read something insane today cuz Trump put a hold on the TikTok ban, so that means you can download it in America again from what I heard. And yet apparently phones that have TikTok like already downloaded on it are selling for thousands of dollars because people are freaking out about not being able to download TikTok. Like, oh my god. Like I should, because I can still download it. You can still download TikTok in Canada. I could download it right now. I swear to God, I should buy like 10 cell phones, download TikTok on them, and sell them on eBay to Americans. Could probably pay off my credit cards doing that. They own Honey too. Wait, Honey's being sued into the ground, right? Like they're in like serious big trouble. I haven't read up on it because I haven't, but I know they're getting sued and it's very serious. Oh, I'm gonna have to look and see where I put the gray book. I think it's right behind me, but I'm not sure. Did I leave it behind me so I'd know where it is? I might have. Ugh! Okay, don't knock shit over. Don't knock shit over. Yes, I did. What the hell is on my book? Yes, okay, so we have the next book. I do have it. It's here. It's never been read. This is never, as you can see, the spine is not that I cracked the spine on books, as you can tell. I was raised with respect. But yeah, this has never been opened. Somebody gave it to me, and it sat on my shelf. I never even tried to read it. It was on the rainy day if I'm sick in bed maybe pile. But yeah, and yeah, for the cover we have interestingly enough we have a not gray eye for the cover because that's very clearly blue. So did she change the eye color? See, it would have been cool if it was like a shifting eye, like it changed color as you tilted it because his eyes are constantly changing color or burning or blazing. You know? Would that not have been better? But yes, 50 Shades of Grey as told by Christian. Hey, for laughs, let's read the back. See the world of 50 Shades of Grey anew through the eyes of Christian Grey. In Christian's own words and through his thoughts, reflections, and dreams, E.L. James offers a fresh perspective on the love story that has enthralled millions of readers around the world. Here's the actual synopsis. Christian Grey exercises control in all things. His world is neat, disciplined, and utterly empty. Aww, tear. until the day that Anastasia Steele falls into his office. I gotta do the drama voice. Real drama, please forgive me. In a tangle of shapely limbs and tumbling brown hair, he tries to forget her, but instead is swept up in a storm of emotion he cannot comprehend and cannot resist. Unlike any woman he's known before, shy, unworldly Anna seems to see right through him, past the business prodigy and the penthouse lifestyle, to Christian's cold, wounded heart. Ah! Ah! I'm gonna die! I'm gonna die! I... My eyes are hurting from how hard I am cringing them shut right now. My head. I'm giving myself a headache. Oh my god. I can't unsee it. Oh, my eyes are really hurting. Oh my god. I can't. Good night, everyone. Run, save yourself. Oh my god. Yeah, I know. I know. I know. I know. Oh. 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 I can't. Oh. 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 If somebody could clip my reaction, I'm gonna cut that out and post it on its own as a promo clip. Wait, what time code are we at? We're at 2:22, so it's like 2:20. I need a marker. Wait, whiteboard of note taking to the rescue. Yes, there's a reason you exist. Okay, I'm gonna say between 2:18 and 2:22. Okay, cut for promo. What made my face do this? I need my handcuffs and to chug a glass of wine. I still can't breathe. That's not even the end of it. Cold, wounded heart. Will being with Anna dispel the horrors of this childhood that haunt Christian every night? Oh, poor baby. Or will his dark sexual desires and his compulsion to control and the self-loathing that fills his soul drive this girl away and destroy the fragile hope she offers him? Oh, can you just die? Oh, dear God. And even, I note, even on the back of this book, they're referring to her as a girl, not a woman. She is a grown-ass woman about to graduate college. She is like 23 years old. Oh. I think I shall enjoy burning you most of all. Oh, that made me tear up for real. Oh my god. Oh my god. I'm amazed the dog isn't looking at me like I have two heads. Where is the dog? I think he's on the couch. He's still pouting that he got in big trouble for growling at me. Or he thinks I've gone insane and he's staying away. He's a pretty smart boy. Are you under your puppy bed? He might be under the puppy bed. I don't know. It's hard to tell. Can't reach. I can't tell if he's under there or not. Ugh. All right. Moving along. Yeah. Okay. Ugh. Oh, that just. Wow. Oh, wow. Just so much wow. Completely destroyed my makeup. Oh well. Nobody's here because I'm pretty. Is that your review of this entire book? Chapter 25. I can barely breathe. Do I want to hear? Oh, we're picking up right where we left off. Christian closes his eyes and swallows. When he opens them again, they're bright but different. Diffident? Either this is a word I've never heard of, or she made up a word, or it's a typo. Check PayPal. The word in question is, I will in 1 sec. Difffident. Is that a typo? That's as it's written. Let me try refreshing my email. I don't see anything. Maybe it's being slow? Uh, Spam, no. I don't see anything. Uh, that should be the PayPal link. It means modest or shy because of lack of self-confidence. Okay. Well, my apologies for thinking it was not a real word. I've just never heard of it. But thank you for looking that up. I can't actually go directly in to PayPal. It'll only take a second. In case my email's having a fit. It might be. It occasionally does. I don't know why, but every now and then Yahoo will just take a very long time. Okay, yes, there is a PayPal message. Okay, I don't know, why do I not have email from this? Weird. Very weird. Thank you for the message. Just for that drink. Cups too if you want. Thank you so much. You are such a sweetheart. Oh, that may be why. I've done that. I've done that so many times where I'm like, I totally emailed back to that person, then I pull it up and it's like saved as draft and I didn't hit send at least 10 times a week. At least. Because you know what it is? I write something and then I'm like, okay, I want to think about it for a minute before I hit send to make sure I don't don't want to say anything else, or B, like I'm okay with how I phrased everything. And then I just forget. And then like 5 hours go by and I think that I did it. But yeah, so my email, oh, there we go. Now my email's caught up. Yep. Ah, yes, we are definitely putting the cuffs on, and in honor of this book, fuck it, I'm chugging it. Ah! Oh my god. Got the throat thing like when you drink whiskey. Okay, that will probably do for the rest of the evening. Or at least hold up before I get another one for a few minutes. And I'm putting these on. Okay, key is there. Key is right there at easy reach. Excuse me. There was a kitty. Where did you go? I was going to pet you, little kitty. In all of your adorableness. Even though you've been, well, actually, he's been the better pet today because he didn't growl at me. But he doesn't know how to growl. He actually doesn't. He doesn't know how to hiss either. He thinks he does. Because he opens his mouth and, like, points his nose at you, like, but there's no sound. He never found that sound effect in his kitty repertoire. Just like he never found the growl sound effect. He's a bit of a strange kitty. Oh, God, yes. Yeah, that would be me. I know, that's why I do it. That's why I do it too, because I sound like a bitch a lot of the time and I know it. I know I come off for most people, even when I'm trying to be nice or I'm just trying to be nothing. Like it's just something unimportant and I don't care. And it's just a nothing thing that I have to reply to. I've been told so many times that I still come off sounding like incredibly harsh or mean, and I'm like, how? Sometimes I think it's valid. Sometimes I think the 2 or 3 generations under me are just a bunch of fucking pussies who were raised in such bubble wrapped snowflake environments that they can't handle fucking shit. I mean, when I went to school, you actually had to pass to graduate. That's not true anymore. Now they will, like, there are schools where literally they're not allowed to fail anyone even if they never show up and never do any work, because it would be like damaging to the children to be told they're a failure. A lot of people need to be told they're a failure. It's how you learn to pick yourself up, grow the fuck up, and do better. But it's like the participation trophy effect, okay? And I can remember my father bitching about that. My coworkers say resting bitch time. Yeah, that's me. That's me. I've been delaying answering my uncle. He took 6 months to get back to me. He can wait. But because I need to be either drunk enough or like something enough that I can answer him not in as bitch fashion as I want to, because I hate him, but I have to deal with him because we are still dealing with my grandfather's estate and he's the executor, so I have to deal with him. Even though he is the douchebag uncle that I've only met 5, maybe 6 times my entire life, He once argued with me about when my own birthday was, and when my mother died, she didn't have a lot and I didn't have anything from her and I didn't have anywhere to put her things. So I had one cardboard box, tiny little cardboard box with everything in the world that I had from her, and he agreed to keep it in his basement until I could like move out on my own and have space. And then I spent 3 years calling him and leaving messages that were never returned asking him for the stuff. And when I finally saw him again at another family funeral like 4 years later and confronted him about it, he informed me that oh, they had thrown it out because they thought I didn't want it. So I was fine with never speaking to him again, but now he's in charge of the thing and I have to deal with him because of the thing, and he's still a jerk, and yeah, I hate everyone I'm related to and would have happily died without ever speaking to them again. But when you're named in a will, you have to show up and sign stuff. Uh, uh, It was a hot summer day. I was working hard. Oh, we're literally picking up exactly where we left. Now we're going to hear this story of whatever he did. And apparently he drank as a teenager. Does that seem out of character for anybody? He snorts and shakes his head, suddenly amused. It was back-breaking work shifting that rubble. I was on my own, and Mrs. Lincoln, he was going to say Eleanor, appeared out of nowhere and brought me some lemonade. Oh, no! No! I'm burning this right now if this is going where I think it's going. I'm not reading this. If this is about the first time she seduced him and them fucking, I'm not reading it. Because that's child abuse. It's child rape, and I'm not reading it. So he better break off at some goddamn point, or I'm literally going. I have a lighter right here. I will set fire to this right now. I'm not kidding. If it starts going into the two of them having sex when he's like 16, I'm burning it right now. Mark my fucking words. We exchanged small talk and I made some smart ass remark, and she slapped me. She slapped me so hard. Okay, that's just blatant child abuse. That's just literally is what he said. Is I was working for her, she brought me lemonade, I said something smart assed, and she slapped me. And we've established that they started fucking when he was 16, but that doesn't mean that they met when he was 16. So he could be younger than that here. Because all he said was adolescent boy. So he could be considerably younger than that here. We don't know. Adolescent could mean like 12 and up. He could be 12 here for all we know. But yeah, she backhanded him for some lame ass remark he made. Oh, and I just saw it. Oh god, oh god. Wait, I need to look ahead. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? No, what the actual fuck? Hold on. I'm looking ahead to see how far this goes. I'm not kidding. I don't trust this. What the fuck? What the actual fuck? Okay, I don't think it quite goes into detail, but warning, 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 danger, real. This gets so much creepier. Thank you for making me chug that glass, because I'm going to need it, and I wish I had a lot more alcohol in the house, and I don't. And it's too late to get any. Oh my god. This is so much worse than I thought. Yes. To quote something I heard today watching a Star Trek review from one of the worst episodes ever, hail, hail, fire, and snow. Burn it with fire. Kill it with fire. Kill it dead. Kill it bang. Fire, 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 fire. Oh dear God. I reserve the right to vomit with extreme prejudice. Oh! I made some smartass remark and she slapped me. She slapped me so hard. Unconsciously, his hand moves to his face and he caresses his cheek. His eye is clouding at the memory. Holy shit. He would have regarded that as a sexy memory till like a day ago. But then, here we go. Brace for impact. She slapped me so hard. But then she kissed me. And when she finished, she slapped me again. Help. You know, I've seen this in a porno. Yeah, I'm with you. I am all the way there. And then some. He blinks, seemingly still confounded even after all this time. No, he's not, because by now he knows exactly what she did because he's done it. We've seen him do it. We've seen him pull the same move, so no, he's not confused by it. He knows exactly what she was doing. I'd never been kissed before, or hit like that. Oh, she pounced on a kid. Doi! Hold on, I need my highlighter. This is not getting off on roasted in the end, and I mean that in both senses of the word. Ow, my wrist. But I need it right now so very badly. Yeah, this is gonna get. None of this is in the movie, by the way. So, for anyone who doesn't remember, this is blind at this point. I never read this. I didn't know about it, and they cut it out of the book. Now I know why. Now I know why the movie ends in a weird place, because they knew they couldn't do this. They knew they could not have this scene in the movie at all. They couldn't go near it with a 10-foot pole for so many reasons. See, so when they remake these, which they will, it's already in discussions. Like literally, it's in discussions. Casting is being discussed. I'm not making this up. When they remake these, which is going to happen, this will be included because it's going to be the woke Gen Z version of these, where I promise you, him being a tortured youth, a traumatized boy, the ultimate victim, is going to be front and center. That is going to be the everything of the way they will rebrand this garbage. Like they will basically do a gender swap without doing a gender swap, where he is going to be the broken little millennial snowflake that's crippled by his abusive past and finds refuge in his dark, gloomy apartment playing the piano, and she'll be like the bold, confident one. Not really, but you know. I think you have to go to Russia for those. They still have several nukes from the Cold War they can't find. Do you want to hear this? Christian asks. Yes, no, only if you want to tell me. My voice is small as I lie facing him, my mind reeling. I'm trying to give you some context. This is context. I nod in what I hope is an encouraging manner, but I suspect I may look like a statue, frozen and wide-eyed with shock. He frowns, his eyes searching mine, trying to gauge my reaction. Then he turns onto his back and stares up at the ceiling. Well, naturally, I was confused and angry, and horny as hell. I mean, a hot older woman comes on to you like that? He shakes his head as if he still can't believe this is what he calls coming onto you. Bad writer, bad writer, bad writer, bad writer. Hot? I feel so queasy. I know men who would find this hot now, but they would find it hot from, if a girl did it to them. Let's just say I've done similar, but everyone was an adult. She went back into the house, leaving me in the backyard. She acted as if nothing had happened. I was at a total loss. There's a word for this. So I went back to work, loading the rubble into the dumpster. For some reason, the word dumpster is capitalized. Is it a brand name? When I left that evening, she asked me to come back the next day. She didn't mention what had happened. So the next day I went back. I couldn't wait to see her again. He whispers as if it's a dark confession. Because frankly, it is. No, it's not! That is victim blaming and shut your face! It is not a dark confession. He's a horny teenage boy, and as he said, a sexy older woman kissed him. The slapping part, the boner definitely can override. Boys, men in the chat, tell me at like let's just at 14, 15, 16. If a hot, sexy older woman kissed you and slapped you, which part are you going to remember more? I'm not saying it makes it right. I'm saying biology exists. And teenage boys will follow a boner anywhere. It's just a fact. You would have remembered the slap more? That makes you smart. She didn't touch me when she kissed me, he murmurs, and turns his head to gaze at me. You have to understand, my life was hell on earth. I was a walking hard on. You still are. 15 years old. There we go. He was 15. Tall for my age, hormones raging, the girls at school. He stops, but I've got the picture. A scared, lonely, but attractive adolescent. My heart twists. Did we have to call him attractive at 15? And scared and lonely? No, I don't think he was either scared or lonely. He was horny and angry. That's what he just said. And that's all he's ever been since. He hasn't changed since then. He still has the same two default states. I was angry. So fucking angry at everyone. At myself, my folks. I had no friends. My therapist at the time was a total asshole. My folks, they kept me on a tight leash. They didn't understand. How tight a leash could it have been when we hear that he got into like a huge amount of trouble on a regular basis? He stares back up at the ceiling and runs a hand through his hair. I itch to run my fingers through his hair too, but I stay still. I just couldn't bear anyone to touch me. I couldn't. Couldn't bear anyone near me. I used to fight. Fuck, I did fight. What? I got into some god-awful brawls. I was expelled from a couple of schools. But it was a way to let off steam. Okay, did nobody try like getting him into like boxing or wrestling or MMA or kickboxing or something? Like a socially acceptable form of violence and rage control? That I wish had been offered me as a teenager, but I'm a girl. We're not allowed to do that. I don't know. Not that I know of. I mean, as far as I know, she's still married to the same person she was when she was writing this. As far as I know. She's like, she has grown, supposedly, if I recall, she has 2 grown sons. And there's never been like any rumors that I know of her having affairs or lovers or anything. I don't know. I don't know. I wouldn't a lot of a very great deal of a lot of things wouldn't surprise me about her if they come out at some point or even after her death. Not that I'm wishing ill or anything, but I'm just saying, sometimes it's not until after people are gone that the real truth about them. Like there was the guy in Britain, what was his name? Jerry Sandusky, I think was his name, and it was only like years after his death he was like held up as this great. I think he was some kind of sports figure coaching, did a lot of work with kids, like started scholarships, like coached like some kind of sport or something, and was like pillar of the community, multiple awards, had like met the queen, had been knighted, uh and then after he died came out he was a massive pedophile, had abused hundreds of children, but it wasn't until years after he was dead that it came out, because he was held up in such honor and such high esteem, and everyone thought he was the greatest guy who ever lived. He walked on water, as they say, and so nobody would ever dare speak against him while he was alive, because he was too. How are you going to go against that? And I've been in that position of having to accuse somebody who's a pillar of the community. I know how it goes. I get it. She's not all right. There's several. The first two books, the other series that we read already said she's not all right. This just kind of like shows that it was going on a lot longer than that. No, I know. I don't know. At this point, who is this for? Here's a valid question. Who is this for? Because you're writing for an audience. This is the end. A reminder, this is the last chapter of the last book of the series. This is the last chapter of the last book. This is what you're going out on. This is going to be memorable. This is the dessert to a 7-course meal. Okay, don't mess up Stitches. Don't mess up Stitches. I know she then rewrote them from the other perspective, but at the time, this was the final chapter of the final book. This is your last word. This is how you're going out. This is how you're going to be remembered. And this is what you want to be remembered for? Like, I'm partially surprised that she didn't write these 3 books again from Elena's point of view, from Mrs. Robinson's point of view, and have her as the woman, as the wronged woman who Christian should have ended up with her because she made him. He was her creation. She's what the fuck is his name to Nadia Comaneci? The guy who went to jail for raping and abusing her, but she still defended him and stood by him, and they were married even. He married her so she couldn't testify against him and so he could have sex with an underage girl. Who would have thought this made... who would have thought this made... Honey, it sold millions and millions of copies and had a slave fan base that came off the Twilight. It was the mommies of all the Twilight tweens, and therefore money. So they didn't care. I also point out, in Twilight, we have the literal definition of grooming when it comes to the werewolves imprinting on their mates from the moment of their birth, and then explaining, oh, it's not creepy and sexual because I won't initiate sex with it until it's about 16 to 18. But until then, I'll be like a father figure. I'll be a brother. I'll help raise the baby, and I'll turn myself into whatever it wants. I'll be its best friend, confidant, protector. And then only when it's, close to legal age, only then will I initiate a sexual relationship with this person that I've spent every day, all day around, and been their everything in their world, and have molded them to my every will and desire for their entire life. And yet conservatives want to bitch that lesbians are grooming children. But the werewolf thing is okay. What's worse? Here we go. Internet, here's a question. Leave your answer in the comments. What's worse? The werewolf imprinting shit from Twilight or this? My thoughts exactly. What's worse? What's worse? Twilight The Twilight werewolf grooming shit or this? Uh, it was a way to let off steam, to tolerate some physical contact. He stops again. Well, you get the idea. And when she kissed me, she only grabbed my face. She didn't touch me. His voice is barely audible. She must have known. Perhaps Grace had told her this is in her head. Oh, my poor 50. I have to fold my arms beneath my pillow and rest my head on it in order to resist the urge to hold him. Well, the next day I went back to the house, not knowing what to expect. And I'll spare you the gory details, but there was more of the same. And that's how our relationship started. There you go. Apparently the author knew to not write all the gory details here. Oh, fuck. This is painful to hear. This is painful to read. He shifts again onto his side so he's facing me. And you know something, Anna? My world came into focus. Sharp and clear. Everything. It was I need my lighter. It was exactly what I needed. Did the book just say getting raped fixed his entire world and made him into the billionaire that he is today? Getting raped and sexually abused for years made him the man that he is. Hello, Madame Malaminse. I agree with your emoji. We are going to set fire. Cuffs or no cuffs, I'm setting fire. Just a little. Real fire. Book that actually said it. Line is right here. It was exactly what I needed. And it's exactly what I need to erase. Come on. I don't want to light it up. I just want to burn it. Ah, lovely. I always try to get people's name right. Let's do that again. Oh, come on. Need to refill this. Yeah, I need to refill this. Okay, better. But yeah. There we go. Ah, at least that smells good. Check out if you're on my Discord. Let me post the. Hold on. This is hard with the cuffs on, but let me post the link to my Discord in case you're not there. But yeah, the previous burn videos are up on my channel and up in the Discord, where we do at the end of these books, and you'll see this one in a few weeks. We do actually burn them because they deserve it. Though I take off the covers and keep them as the skinned hides of my kills. All right, we got to get reading, or I'm like so far behind, and I'm not staying up late for this. She was a breath of fresh air, making the decisions, taking all that shit away from me, letting me breathe. You were 15, you didn't know fuck about shit, and you weren't deciding anything. Yeah, there's 4 videos currently of me burning past E.L. James because we started with her other series, which is called The Mister, and the second book is called The Misses. They are worse than these because they are these. The first book is literally all 350 Shades compressed into one book and somehow worse. And then the second one is more of the same but worse. And then we've done the first 2 of these, and this one's soon to follow because we're on the last. We're only reading the first half of the last chapter tonight, thank God. And then next week we will finish the final chapter and the epilogue, and then party a little bit. We usually burn a few pages to celebrate the end of a book before I do the final burn video. So next week there will be more playing with fire than I'm able to do right now. And even when it was over, my world stayed in focus because of her. And it stayed that way until I met you. So yeah, just giving his rapist and child abuser credit for his entire life and everything that he's accomplished. It's all because of her. He never would have become the man that he is if she had not done what she did. That's the message of these books. That if you want to be rich and successful and a billionaire global power force by the time you're 30, find a desperate lonely housewife and let her rape you for 10 years and beat and abuse and warp your mind, and you'll be successful and be Elon Musk. They are worse than this. Oh, I know. I feel bad for the trees. I do. I feel bad for the trees. I really do. You know, I'm sure they were very nice trees. They didn't want to become this. I'm sure they were very happy and good at where they were. What the hell am I supposed to say to that? You're supposed to challenge him and say, no, you are not the man you are because of her. You are the man you are in spite of her. I mean, I would say that, except it's not true. Oh, and why does my phone have to be going off right now? I don't need your phone. Uh, oh no. Highlighter without top. Oh no. I don't want it to dry out. It's only got a little bit of ink left. It's the only one I know that works. Uh, you turned my world on its head. Oh yes, because she's his literal savior. Uh, he closes his eyes, and when he opens them again, they are raw. My world was ordered, calm, and controlled, and then you came into my life with your smart mouth, which she's never had. We're back to making shit up. Your innocence, true. Your beauty, questionable. Your quiet temerity, no. And everything before you was just dull, empty, mediocre. It was nothing. Oh my. I fell in love, he whispers. No, you didn't. You fell in lust, and then decided you were in love because you didn't want to let her go. I stop breathing. He caresses my cheek. So did I murmur with the little breath I have left. His eyes soften. I know, he mouths. You do? Hallelujah. I smile shyly at him. Finally, I whisper. He nods. So he's saying, like, oh, I finally know that you care. I finally know that you love me. Because Edward had that bullshit. And it put everything into perspective for me. When? Like now, all of a sudden? What? There was nothing I wouldn't do for her, and she did a lot for me. She stopped my drinking, made me work hard at school. You know, she gave me a coping mechanism I hadn't had before, allowed me to experience things I never thought I could. A coping mechanism of having violent, rough sex with her and other people. That's not a coping mechanism. Touch, I whisper. He nods, after a fashion. I frown, wondering what he means. Do you really want to know? Because I really don't. He hesitates at my reaction. Tell me. I will him. If you grow up with a wholly negative self image, thinking you're some kind of reject, an unlovable savage, you think you deserve to be beaten. Christian, you are none of those things. Again, she's saying this in her head, not out loud. Say it out loud, bitch. He needs to hear it. If I'm meant to be taking any of this for real. He pauses and runs his hand through his hair. Anna, it's much easier to wear your pain on the outside. Again, it's a confession. Oh, she channeled my anger. His mouth presses together in a bleak line, mostly inward. I realize that now. Dr. Flynn's been on and on about this for some time, but it was only recently that I saw our relationship for what it was. You know, on my birthday. Oh, where I threatened to beat you in the boathouse because I didn't like that you wouldn't let me stick my hand up your vagina under the table in front of my parents. I shudder as the unwelcome memory of Elena and Christian verbally eviscerating each other at Christian's birthday party surfaces unwelcome in my mind. If that had happened, that would have been a cool scene, but it didn't. For her, that side of our relationship was about sex and control and a lonely woman finding some kind of comfort with her boy toy. That's one way to phrase it. But you like control, I whisper. Yes, I do. I always will, Anna. It's who I am. At least he's finally saying that's true. I surrendered it for a brief while, let someone make all my decisions for me. I couldn't do it myself. I wasn't in a fit state. But through my submission to her, I found myself, and I found the strength to take charge of my life, take control, and make my own decisions. Become a Dom. Yes. Your decision? Yes. Dropping out of Harvard? My decision, and it was the best decision I ever made. Until I met you. Yeah, right. Except for the part where he previously said that she taught him how to dom other women as part of his submission to her. Me? Yes. His lips quirk up in a soft smile. The best decision I ever made was marrying you. I mean, buying you. Oh my. Not starting your company? He shakes his head. Not learning to fly? He shakes his head. You, he mouths. He caresses my cheek with his knuckles. She knew, he whispers. I frown. She knew what? That I was head over heels in love with you? She encouraged me to go to Georgia to see you, and I'm glad she did. She thought you'd freak out and leave, which you did. I pale. I'd rather not think about that. Uh, yeah. Oh, persnickety, if you. Girl, where have you been? You have missed all of the everything in the last hour. Like, go back. Okay, for starters, go back like 50 to 55 minutes to where I was reading the back cover of the upcoming book Gray that we're going to cover next. Then go back to when I started this chapter and we got details of Christian's first time with Mrs. Robinson when he was 15. I'm not kidding. You have missed the best parts of this series. You really got to go back and watch. I'm not kidding. You got to see it because it's insane, and I'm going to clip parts of it. But oh dear God, I need to pour another glass of wine, and I'm taking the cups off for a second to do it. That's probably for the best. Ugh. But yeah, it's bad. It's really, 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 really bad. And I got way behind because I needed to laugh and die and then scream several times. Ugh. Can't. Where won't these go? Oh yeah, there was we did play with fire a little bit. Sithdale is right. The fire is important. Phone, go away. Yeah. In the words of Dakota Fanning. Oh, I know. That's probably a smart decision. She thought I needed all the trappings of the lifestyle I enjoyed. The Dom, I whisper. He nods. It enabled me to keep everyone at arm's length, gave me control, and kept me detached, or so I thought. I'm sure you've worked out why, he adds softly. Your birth mom? Again, why are we being told things for like the seventh or eighth time? We know this. Unless you have recently had a railroad spike driven through your head, you know all this several times because it's been said. Like, does E.L. James think he's the first person that put together that abuse causes trauma? And that people will then enact that trauma in various ways? Like, you want to know how many Barbie dolls I melted? How many stuffies I cut holes in inappropriate places? Yeah, we see. Oh my god. Oh, that's true. That's true. But oh my god, do I understand why like the movie had to come up with its own ending because they could. Oh my god. Oh my god, when they were reading this and going, how the fuck do we turn this into a script? Oh my god. Oh my god. I didn't want to be hurt again, and then you left me. His words are barely audible, and I was a mess. Oh no. I avoided intimacy for so long. I don't know how to do this. That's true. You're doing fine, I murmur. I trace his lips with my index finger. He purses them into a kiss. You're talking to me. I swear to God, she's treating him like a fucking puppy she's been trying to tame that's finally eating out of her hand. And I think that's how we're supposed to interpret it, is the scary part. Do you miss it? I whisper. Miss it? That lifestyle? Yes, I do. There's a statement. Oh, but only insofar as I miss the control it brings. And frankly, your stupid stunt. He stops. That saved my sister. He whispers, his words full of relief, awe, and disbelief. That's how I know. No, really know that you love me. Oh, you were willing to risk your life in a stupid scheme to save my possibly kidnapped you didn't even know sister. Oh, God. Yes, because you risked so much for me, for my family. My frown deepens. He reaches over and traces his finger over the middle of my brow, above my nose. You have a V here when you frown, he murmurs. It's very soft to kiss. I can behave so badly, and yet you're still here. Random ass line. I can behave so badly, and yet you're still here. All he seems to be confirming is that she's willing to put up with his crap. Why are you surprised I'm still here? I told you I wasn't going to leave you. Yeah, because you bought me. Because of the way I behaved when you told me you were pregnant. He runs his finger down my cheek. You were right. I am an adolescent. Yes. Oh shit. I did say that. My subconscious glares at me. His doctor said that. Also true. Christian, I said some awful things. No. No, you didn't. He puts his index finger over my lips. Hush. I deserve to hear them. Besides, this is my bedtime story. He rolls onto his back again. When you told me you were pregnant, he stops. I thought it would be just you and me for a while. I'd considered children, but only in the abstract. I had this vague idea we'd have a child sometime in the future. Just one? No, not an only child, not like me. Perhaps now is not the best time to bring that up. You think? You're still so young, and I know you're quite ambitious. Like she's ever gonna have a career or you would ever let her. We've been over this. She's never having a career. You're never gonna let her work. Her reputation is beyond destroyed before she even has one. And you are going to step in and fuck it up anytime she gets a job because you really don't want her to work, because you literally want her chained to the bed, at least barefoot and naked, if not barefoot and pregnant. Oh, I know, that's right too, and with each one, she got more control too. So yeah, like, no wonder by the third one, even in the behind the scenes, you can see everybody just looks burned out and like they don't give a fuck. Oh, Captain Obvious wrote 90% of this book and all the others. Ambitious? Me? No. Well, you pulled the rug out from under me. Christ was the Christ was that unexpected. Never in a million years when I asked you what was wrong did I expect you to be pregnant. Oh, just because you have all the unprotected sex all the time, and neither of you was fucking smart enough to keep track of birth control. He sighs. I was so mad. Mad at you, mad at myself, mad at everyone. And it took me back, that feeling of nothing being in my control. I had to get out. I went to see Flynn, but he was at some school parents' evening. Christian pauses and arches an eyebrow. Ironic, I whisper. Christian smirks in agreement. So I walked and I walked and I walked and I just found myself at the salon. Elena was leaving. She was surprised to see me, and truth be told, I was surprised to find myself there. She could tell I was mad and asked me if I wanted a drink. Oh shit, we've cut to the chase. My heart doubles in speed. Do I really want to know this? No, and neither do I. But also, can I just say, if Elena, he just said she put an end to his drinking because he was a bit of an alcoholic, ragey teenager, and we know that he didn't normally drink. He made that clear to Anastasia that he didn't drink. So effectively, we could say he had been sober since he was, say, 16, 17, depending on how long it took her to get him to stop drinking. So he'd been sober for over 10 years. And she sees him showing up disheveled late at night alone, and her first instinct, keeping in mind that she is epically pissed that he is marrying Anastasia and not her because she groomed him to be her partner and marry her, and she was epically pissed about that. But he shows up late at night alone, mad, and her thought is, get him a drink. That's the first thing she said. Do you want a drink, to someone who's been sober more than 10 years and she knows what drinking does to him? There's no way the two of them didn't fuck, is all I'm saying. There's absolutely no way the two of them did not fuck. Whether it's in this or not, they definitely fucked. I know. Oh, you have no idea. You haven't been here for most of this. But hey, we do this. I just knocked my mouse off the thing. We do this every Saturday at 8. So, and we are going to, after we finish this, next week is the conclusion of this book. But the week after, we're reading the whole series again, told from Christian Gray's point of view. And it's going to be so much worse, I can promise. Saturdays at 8 Eastern time. To anyone watching later, that is Eastern time zone. Yeah, this is good advice. Oh shit, we've cut to the chase. My heart doubles in speed. By the way, we're probably not going to make it to where I cut off. But oh well. Do I really want to know this? My subconscious glares at me, a plucked eyebrow raised in warning. We went to a quiet bar I know and had a bottle of wine. She apologized for the way she behaved last time she saw us. She's hurt that my mom will have nothing to do with her anymore. Oh, just because your mom found out that one of her oldest friends had sexually abused her son for like a decade? Yeah, why would the mom not want to be friends with her anymore? It's narrowed her social circle, but she understands. That's the fucking concern. We talked about the business, which is doing fine in spite of the recession. I mentioned that you wanted kids. I frown. I thought you'd let her know I was pregnant. He regards me, his face guileless. No, I didn't. Why didn't you tell me that? He shrugs. I never got the chance. He came home drunk and fell all over her. Yes, you did. I couldn't find you the next morning, Anna, and when I did, you were so mad at me. Doi! Oh, yes, I was. Anyway, at some point in the evening, about halfway through the second bottle, she leaned over and touched me, and I froze. He whispered, throwing his arms over his eyes. My scalp tingles. What's this? She saw that I recoiled from her, and it shocked both of us. His voice is low, too low. Christian, look at me. I tug his arm, and he lowers it, turning to gaze at my eyes. Shit. His face is pale, his eyes wide. What? I breathe. Okay, now I'm getting pissed because this is starting to trigger me because I know what she's alluding to and how fucking dare you, you fucking skank of an author who has no right dabbling in any of this business. But now I'm feeling nauseous because I know what you're alluding to, you fucking whore. of an author who should never deal with these kind of subjects. And keep in mind, in the next series, she took on things like human trafficking and all that that implies, thinking that she had any right or ability to write about such subjects. This is worse, arguably, because she's going way deeper in a way worse fashion, but I know what you're alluding to, bitch, and how fucking dare you. Thank you, Persnickety. I've had too much wine. I should not be calling her that. You are correct. But now I'm furious and wishing I had a lot more wine in the house, because literally the rest of that bottle is all I got in the entire place, and it's nearly midnight, so I can't order anything, which sucks, because I need a lot more booze. Oh, what isn't he telling me? Do I want to know? She made a pass at me. He's shocked, I can tell. What did you expect? All the breath is sucked from my body. I feel winded, and I think my heart stopped. That fucking bitch troll. What do you think she was going for by getting him drunk? Everyone is stupid. Everyone is stupid. Everyone is stupid. Everyone is stupid. It was a moment, suspended in time. She saw my expression and she realized how far she'd crossed the line. I said, no. I hadn't thought of her like that for years. And besides, he swallows, I love you. I told her I loved my wife. I gaze at him. I don't know what to say. Oh, you didn't cheat on me with your abuser? Oh, I love you so much. She backed right off, apologized again, and made it seem like a joke. I mean, she said she's happy with Isaac and the business and she doesn't bear either of us any ill will. She said she missed my friendship and that she could see that my life was with you now, and how awkward that was given what happened the last time we were all in the same room. I couldn't have agreed with her more. We said our goodbyes, our final goodbyes, and I said I wouldn't see her again, and she went on her way. I don't believe him for a second. I swallow, fear gripping my heart. Did you kiss? No, he snorts. I couldn't bear to be that close to her. Oh, good. I was miserable. I wanted to come home to you, but I knew I'd behaved badly. I stayed and finished the bottle, then started on the bourbon. When I was drinking, I remembered your saying to me some time ago, if that was my son. And I got to thinking about Junior and how Elena and I started, and it made me feel uncomfortable. I never thought of it like that before. Ugh! A memory blossoms in my mind, a whispered conversation from when I was half conscious, Christian's voice. But seeing her finally put it all in perspective for me, you know, with the child. For the first time, I felt what we did, it was wrong. He'd been speaking to Grace. Yes, he finally told his mother it was wrong. That's it, pretty much. Oh, oh, it's over? Yes, it's been over since I laid eyes on you. I finally realized that night, and so did she. I'm sorry, I mutter. He frowns. For what? For being so angry the next day. Oh, God forbid! God forbid the way he acted. She should have been angry. Oh, but now I'm so sorry, baby. Is she ever gonna, own anything? He snorts. Baby, I understand angry. He pauses, then sighs. You see, Anna, I went to you myself. I want you to myself. We don't need to be told this. I want to be the center of your universe. For a while, at least. Oh, Christian, you are. That's not going to change. He gives me an indulgent, sad, resigned smile. Anna, he whispers, that's just not true. He's right. Tears prick my eyes. How can it be? He murmurs. Oh no. Shit. Don't cry, Anna. Please don't cry. It's like one of two things she does. He caresses my face. I'm sorry. My lower lip trembles and he brushes his thumb over it, soothing me. No, Anna, no. Don't be sorry. You'll have someone else to love as well. And you're right. That's how it should be. Blip will love you too. This is why you cannot call the fetus Blip. It sounds fucking stupid. You'll be the center of Blip's Junior's world, I whisper. Children love their parents unconditionally, Christian. Up to a point. Yes, he did. Yes, said the he very much did. He very much did. Okay? Can I just say, there's a reason that I like having these on. Just gives me something to struggle against. By the way, have you noticed I've learned to turn them both now? It took me a couple of weeks, but I can turn them both now. Ha ha ha. Ugh, you know why? Because it hurts and it makes me feel better when I'm reading stupid fucking shit like this, but at least with these I can't break them like I did the 3 other pair. Which I maintain is because they're fucking crappily made. Because I'm not saying I'm weak, but I'm not the Hulk either. So the fact that I broke 3 pair with the safety on, I'm saying they were badly made. Because, these are not that much heavier, and I'm making no progress at all in moving these. And they're not double locked because that's going too far, but. No, I was on the other page. That's how they come into the world. Programmed to love. All babies. Even you. Did you just call his wife a baby? Think about that children's book you liked when you were small. You still wanted your mom. You loved her. He furrows his brow and withdraws his hand, fisting it against his chin. No, he whispers. Yes, you did. My tears flow freely now. Of course you did. It wasn't an option. That's why you were so hurt. Excuse me. He stares at me, his expression raw. That's why you're able to love me, I murmur. I'm sorry to cheat just again. Say the quiet part out loud, and that we've all known that he loves her because she looks like his mother, but he can own her and fuck her and utterly control her and has bent her to his will and completely brainwashed her. I think that's what she just said. That's why you were able to love me, I murmur. Forgive her. She had her own world of pain to deal with. She was a shitty mother and you loved her. So, yes, we've just confirmed that, yeah, he completely sees her as his mother, and that's why he fell in love with her. Because she was a blank lump of clay that he knew he could mold into his perfect submissive creation and own forever. Until he gets bored with her or he goes too far one day and kills her and she ends up buried with the other 11. And since we've never confirmed that Sissy was alive after that meeting, I'm calling her dead because he was pissed. He gazes at me, saying nothing, eyes haunted by memories I can't begin to fathom. Oh, please don't stop talking. Eventually he says, I used to brush her hair. She was pretty. Yeah, we know this because he already said the only thing he remembered about her was her hair, that it was brown and she used to wear it in a braid. And yet we discover later he has a photograph of her. And, like, literally earlier in the previous chapter, what was he doing to Anastasia? She was sitting on his lap like a child and he was brushing her hair, as he's done several times. One look at you and no one would doubt that, because we needed to be reminded he's impressive in this moment. She was a shitty mother. His voice is barely audible. I nod and he closes his eyes. I'm scared I'll be a shitty father. I stroke his dear face. Oh my 50-50-50. Can I say 51-50 would have been better? Christian, do you think for 1 minute I'd let you be a shitty father? Like, that's up to you. He opens his eyes and gazes at me for what feels like an eternity. He smiles as relief slowly illuminates his face. No, I don't think you would. I think that's well beyond her ability to control. He caresses my face with the back of his knuckles, gazing at me in wonder. God, you're strong, Mrs. Great. No, she's not. No, she's not. No, she's not. No, she's not. I love you so much. He kisses my forehead. I didn't know I could. Oh, Christian, I whisper, trying to contain my emotion. Now, that's the end of your bedtime story. Thank fucking Christ. That's some bedtime story. He smiles wistfully, and I think he's relieved. How's your head? My head? Actually, it's about to explode with all you've told me. Inner head. Does it hurt? No. Good. I think you should sleep now. Sleep? How can I sleep after all that? Sleep, he says sternly. You need it. So still, keep in mind, he has not changed at all. What's 187? Do I want to know? Madam Malum, what is it? I'm also curious, what version of Madame are we using? Because, you know, when I get called Mistress with a capital M, I know where that's from, but some ladies prefer Madame. Oh, I think I kind of know it. Isn't it, I'm not gonna say what it is because YouTube won't like it, but yeah, with that hint, thank you. I think I believe I recall. That's what I thought. Yeah. Thank you, Jack Nicholson. Oh, I pout. I have one question. Oh, what? He eyes me warily. Why have you suddenly become all forthcoming, for want of a better word? He frowns. You're telling me all this when getting information out of you is normally pretty harrowing and trying experience. He like Madame, as in the British Madame. That's how I was taught. It is? You know it is. Why am I being forthcoming? I can't say. Seeing you practically dead on the cold concrete, maybe. Keep in mind she was supposedly practically dead from getting, like, backhand slapped on the face once, falling to the ground, and getting kicked once. This supposedly caused a skull fracture, broken ribs, heavy bruising all over her body, and for her and the baby to nearly die and her to be in a coma for 3 days. Because she's, I don't know. Like I said at the time, does she have osteogenesis imperfecta? Otherwise known as brittle bone disease, or that thing that Mr. Glass had in the Unbreakable movie? Because that's the only way that makes sense. It hides your Midwest. Yeah, allow my Canadian slash Briticisms to make up for that. It can hide a lot of things. The fact that I'm going to be a father, I don't know. You said you wanted to know, and I don't want Elena to come between us. She can't. She's the past, and I've said that to you so many times. And clearly you never meant it because the second you got in over your head, you ran to her. And I don't believe he won't do it again. I don't believe for a second that he's done with her. I believe once Anastasia gets too pregnant to want to have sex, he's going to run to her again and they're going to fuck and he's going to have an affair with her. I'm not saying it's right or I wouldn't want it to happen. I'm just saying it will. Because, like I said, he's Henry VIII. Once he can't have her, he's going to have to stick his dick in something. If she hadn't made a pass at you, would you still be friends? That's more than one question. No, it's one question. Sorry, you don't have to tell me. I flush. No, press him on this. Come on, don't back down. You've already volunteered more than I ever thought you would. Yeah, God forbid I should know anything about the person I'm married to and having a child with. This is why you don't marry someone you've only known for 5 weeks. Like, they've now been married twice as long as they knew each other before getting married. His gaze softens. No, I don't think so. But she's felt like unfinished business since my birthday. She stepped over the line and I'm done. Bullshit. Please believe me. I'm not going to see her again. You said she was a hard limit for you. That's a term I understand, he says with quiet sincerity. Okay, I'm going to let this go now. My subconscious sags into her armchair. Finally, this is all in her head. Good night, Christian. Thank you for the enlightening bedtime story. I lean over to kiss him and our lips touch briefly, but he pulls back when I try to deepen the kiss. Don't, he whispers. I'm desperate to make love to you. Then do. No, you need your rest. And it's late. Go to sleep. He switches off the bedside light, plunging us into darkness. I love you unconditionally, Christian, I murmur as I cuddle into his side. I know, he whispers, and I sense his shy smile. Oh my god. Where are we until I had drawn an imaginary line to cut this off for the evening? Because I'm moving that. Let me see. Where's a good place to stop? Alright, we're going to go a couple more pages, then I'm calling it a night. As I said, I wasn't planning to read the whole chapter tonight anyway. I wake with a start. Light is flooding the room, and Christian is not in bed. Ah! Again with the cap! Also, I don't want to stain the tie because I have no idea if it would survive being washed. Seriously, I stitched this together myself. I have no idea if it'll survive going through a wash machine. Also, it has heavy metal pieces on it that would make a fucking racket, and I live in an apartment building where I might get in trouble. Also, wash is $7.50 a load. And that's assuming the dryer works the first time, which it doesn't. And when it doesn't, laundry then goes up to $11 a load. And no, I'm not allowed to have my own machine in the apartment. I wish to God. Light sweating the room. Christian's not in bed. I glance at the clock and see it's 7:53. I take a deep breath and wince as my ribs smart, though not as badly as yesterday. I think I could go to work. Work. Yes. Does she even still have a job? Do we even remember? I want to go to work. It's Monday, and I spent all of yesterday lounging about in bed. Christian let me go out only briefly to see Ray. Oh, let her, because he now fully controls all of her movements and will do so for the rest of her life. The pregnancy is just the excuse for now. After that, it'll be babies need their mother. And then she'll be pregnant again and again and again and again. Honestly, he's still such a control freak. As I fucking said, we're supposed to believe he's had the come to Jesus, see the light moment, and yet he's exactly the fucking same as he always was. That line's not getting away without being roasted no matter how much desserts. Ew. I smile fondly. Mind control freak. That's not a good thing. He's been attentive and loving and chatty, and hands off since I arrived home. I scowl. I so fucking called that, by the way. Before the kidnapping and the beating, did I not fucking say repeatedly that the second she was pregnant, he was going to lose sexual interest and be fucking anything else because it's it's the idiot understanding of Madonna whore complex. She was the whore, and when she becomes pregnant, she is now only the Madonna, only the mother, and that's the only way he will ever see her again. He will never have sex with her, not fully, not honestly. Like they might do it a couple more times, but he's never going to see her as the same innocent, carefree sexual being she was. He's going to see her as the mother, and he's going to start thinking that because she is the mommy to the children and she's the paragon of virtue, and Madonna, which is, for anyone who doesn't know, is a name for the Virgin Mary, Holy Mother Mary, whatever version of it there is, that he's only going to see her as that, and that associating sex with that would be dirty and wrong and sinful, so he's going to stick his dick in anything that's not her, because she is only for raising the children and being the mommy, but not the wife or sexual partner to him anymore, because some guys can't rationalize those two things being the same woman, because quite frankly they're immature, usually brainwashed, raised in religion, ultra conservative losers. And yes, it's a form of being a sexist pig, for anyone who doesn't know. I'm going to have to do something about this. Yeah, do what Anne Boleyn did in The Tudors. Get him a whore you can control and get rid of once you're no longer pregnant. That was actually very smart, and I approved of it. My head doesn't hurt, and the pain around my ribs has eased, though admittedly laughing has to be undertaken with caution. But I'm frustrated. I think this is the longest I've gone without sex. Well, since the first time, and he was her first, let's not forget. And he only fucked her as a virgin in the so-called vanilla way because it was inconvenient to him that she was physically a virgin, because it prevented him from doing more hardcore things to her. So him taking her virginity was literally, excuse me, was literally the same as him like picking a lock on a toolbox full of toys he wanted to play with. It had nothing to do with sex or intimacy or her. It was just something that needed to be done to get an obstacle out of his way from getting what he really wanted. Which is probably why he, if you read it as it's written, he did it in an atrociously brutal and painful, horrific manner. I think we both recovered our equilibrium. Christian is much more relaxed. His long bedtime story seems to have laid some ghosts to rest, for him and for me. We'll see. I shower quickly, and once I'm dry, I browse carefully through my clothes. I want something sexy. Something that might galvanize Christian into action. Walk into the living room naked. That's all you need. If you're feeling adventurous, slip on a pair of stilettos and some red lipstick. Then walk out naked. Trust me, it will work. Who would have thought such an insatiable man could actually exercise so much self-control? It's not self-control. I don't really want to dwell on how Christian learned such discipline over his body. I'm sorry, did you just imply that every time a guy gets a boner, he can't stop himself from fucking the nearest thing with a vagina? That sounded insulting to men. Like, I want to apologize to men because that just made you look so bad. We haven't spoken of the bitch troll since his confession. I hope we never do. To me, she's dead and buried. You know, you have the money and power to make that true. I chose an almost I choose an almost indecently short black skirt. What does it come to your knee? Oh my god. And a white silk blouse with a frill. I slide on thigh highs with lacy tops and my black Louis Vuitton pumps. See, the shoes are all you need. Black Louis Vuittons. Also, I saw Hound of the Baskervilles in the BBC Sherlock with Benedict Cumberbatch too, and I listened to the commentary too, bitch, and you're quoting it word for word. Fuck you. A little mascara and lip gloss for a natural look, and after ferociously brushing, I leave my hair loose. Yes, this should do it. Again, the shoes, red lipstick, that's all you need. As much as I apologize to men for the previous insult, I'm sorry, but you are rather simple creatures when it comes to sex, and there are certain things that are guaranteed to work. I didn't write the rules, I just know them. Naked and stilettos will do it. Any men in the chat want to disagree with me? Christian's eating at the breakfast bar. His fork full of omelet stops midair when he sees me. He frowns. Good morning, Mrs. Gray. Going somewhere? He's already forgotten that she has a job. Work, I smile sweetly. I don't think so. Christian snorts with amused derision. Dr. Singh said a week off. When? And only to you. Christian, I'm not spending the day lounging in bed on my own, so I may as well go to work. Good morning, Gail. Mrs. Gray. Mrs. Jones tries to hide a smile. Would you like some breakfast? Please. Granola? I prefer scrambled eggs with whole wheat toast. Mrs. Jones grins and Christian registers his surprise. It's the first time she's given an instruction to the staff, which I could almost call character growth, except that would require her to have a character, and she doesn't. Ugh. Hannah, you're not going to work. Ever again. But no, it's simple. Don't argue. Christian is adamant. I glare at him, and only then do I notice that he's in the same pajama bottoms and t-shirt he was wearing last night. Are you going to work? I ask. No. Am I going crazy? It's Monday, right? He smiles. Last time I looked. I narrow my eyes. Are you playing hooky? I'm not leaving you here on your own to get into trouble. And Dr. Singh said it would be a week before you could go back to work, remember? No, we don't, because the doctor never said that to her, and I think you're making that up. Him staying home is interesting, though. I slide onto a bar stool beside him and hoist my skirt up a little. Mrs. Jones places a cup of tea in front of me. You look good, Christian says. I cross my legs. Very good, especially here. He traces a finger over the bare flesh that shows above my thigh highs. Okay, if your skirt is hiked up above your thigh highs, part of your vagina is showing. This skirt is very short, he murmurs, vague disapproval in his voice, and his eyes follow his finger. I remind everyone that the entirety of her wardrobe that she currently owns was purchased by him. Is it? I hadn't noticed. Christian gazes at me, his mouth twisted in an amused yet exasperated smirk. Really, Mrs. Gray? I blush. I'm not sure this look is suitable for the workplace, he murmurs. You bought it! Well, since I'm not going to work, that's a moot point. Moot? Moot, I mouth. Of all the weird ass words in this book, that is getting noticed? Christian smirks again and resumes eating his omelet. I have a better idea. You do? He glances at me through long lashes, gray eyes darkening. I inhale sharply. Oh my. About time. We can go see how Elliot's getting on with the house. Wait, did they never even finalize shit about the house. They argued about it, but they never actually like decided and like went ahead with anything. It's the baby bird thing all over again. Uh what? Oh, tease. I vaguely remember we're supposed to do that before Ray was injured. I don't remember that. Probably because it wasn't there. I'd love to. Hey, Night Wolf! God, did you leave at the right time? You ever want to watch me go insane and scream a lot? Watch the last, hour and a half to 2 hours back. We got about 5 pages left if I survive that long, which is questionable. But, dear God, I'll send you some time codes later. It's not bad news that you're back. We like that you're back. Say hello to Madame Malam Inse. She's new. Make her feel welcome. Be nice. Excuse me, Madame. Don't you have to work? No. Roz is back from Taiwan. That all went well. Today, everything is fine. I thought you were going to Taiwan. Wasn't that trip like next week? He snorts again. Anna, you were in hospital. Oh. Yeah, oh. So today I'm spending some quality time with my wife. He smacks his lips together as he takes a sip of coffee. No, he's spending some quality time monitoring his wife, making sure she doesn't do anything he doesn't approve of, which is, I imagine, how he's going to spend the next 9 months. Quality time? I can't disguise the hope in my voice. Mrs. Jones places my scrambled eggs in front of me, again failing to hide her smile. Christian smirks. Quality time, he nods. I'm too hungry to flirt any more with my husband. It's good to see you eat, he murmurs. Rising, he leans over and kisses my hair. I'm going to shower. Can I come and scrub your back? I mumble. Through a mouthful of toast and scrambled egg. No, eat. Leaving the breakfast bar, he tugs his t-shirt over his head, treating me to the sight of his finely sculptured shoulders and naked back as he saunters out of the great room. I stop mid-chew. He's doing this on purpose. Why? Because he's punishing you and apparently doesn't care about being half naked in front of the staff. Because that's just normal. Alright, where did I actually literally draw the fucking line on this? Because seriously, wasn't expecting all that shit earlier. I kind of picked a spot at random. We'll go one more paragraph or two. Christian is relaxed on the drive north. We've just left Ray and Mr. Rodriguez watching soccer on the new flat screen television that I suspect Christian has bought for Ray's hospital room. You can't actually do that. You're not allowed to just throw money at something and change things in a hospital. They kind of have their equipment for a reason, and usually it involves deals with companies. Though the fact that you have to pay for a phone or cable in a hospital, I still think is just one of the most disgusting things on planet Earth. Christian has been laid back ever since the talk. It's as if a weight has been lifted. Mrs. Robinson's shadow no longer looms so large over us. Maybe it's because I've decided to let it go, or because he has. I don't know, but I feel closer to him now than I ever have before. Perhaps it's because he's finally confided in me. I hope he continues to do so. Not gonna happen. And he's much more accepting of the baby, too. He hasn't gone out and bought a crib yet, but I have high hopes. I remind everyone she's 4, maybe 5 weeks pregnant, and I don't put it past him to slip something in her drink to make that go away, which is what I fully would expect. I gaze at him, drinking him in as he drives. He looks casual, cool, sexy with his tousled hair, Ray-Bans, pinstripe jacket, white linen shirt, and jeans. In case he wanted a Halloween costume. He glances at me and clasps my leg above the knee, his fingers stroking gently. I'm glad you didn't change. I did slip on a denim jacket and change to flats, but I'm still wearing the short skirt. His hand lingers above my knee, and I put my hand on his. If this turns into sex, I'm stopping right now. No, you did not miss a puppy appearance, but I can get him. Okay, I'm officially reading to the end of this paragraph, and then we're done for the evening because I wasn't expecting all that shit earlier, and I need a lot more booze than I have, and I don't have any, so we got about 7 more lines, and then I will summon a puppy. We will cuddle him and love on him, and that will do. He glances at me and clasps my leg above the knee, his fingers stroking gently. I'm glad you didn't change, Lola. Are you going to continue to tease me? Maybe, Christian smiles. Why? Because I can. He grins, boyish as ever. Two can play that game, I whisper. His fingers move tantalizingly up my thigh. Bring it on, Mrs. Gray. He gazes broadly. I pick up his hand and put it back on his knee. Well, you can keep your hands to yourself. He smirks. As you wish, Mrs. Gray. Damn it. This game is going to backfire on me. That's an appropriate line to leave off at. All right. As I said, we're only reading half of the last chapter because it's super long. So that's where we're leaving off. I'm about to get a puppy. I'm getting a puppy. We're going to love on a puppy and say goodnight. And then next week we will read the rest of this final chapter, the epilogue, and the very old vignettes that I have no doubt changed epically between being written and when they were actually into print. Let's see. How good of marks do we get tonight? God, the zoom on my camera sucks. A lot. Also, I can't turn my hands the way I want. Why can't I turn my arm all the way around? I don't know, I just suck. See, one of these always cuts in deeper than the other, and I don't know why. But, Bo! Bo, where are you? Bo! Bo, come here, baby! Bo, where are you? Okay, where are you? Bo! Good boy! Where are you, good boy? Come here! Baby Bo! Ugh. Okay, not under the puppy bed. Meaning he's on the couch. Yeah, I can hear him. He's just waking up. He was asleep. Bo, come here, baby! Yeah, you were sleepy. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. He's like, oh my God, he's laying down going, I'm sleepy. Come here. Come here. People want to see you. Come here. Yes, come here. Here's my baby. Here's my pretty boy. Yes, you can lick because I don't care about the makeup anymore. You can lick. You can lick. You can lick. Here's my baby. This is Bo. Here's the baby boy. Oh, yeah, no, there's the licking. So I'm sorry I woke you. I didn't realize you were really, really, really sleeping. Usually he's a light sleeper, but he's had a big day. He got in really big trouble. He turned my volume down because he likes to do that. But here's my baby. Yes, here's the baby puppy known as Bo. Isn't he cute? And tired. Yeah. Oh, we love you so much. We all do love you so much. Yes, we do. We love you so much. You're so cute. When you're a good boy, you don't growl at mommy. Don't you ever do it again. Yeah. Oh, so cute. I love you. And he's like, what are you doing? That's not how you hold me. Hold me like this so I sleep on your arms because that's what I do. And then I sleep on your arms. And I sleep in your arms because then you can't put me down because I'm baby. Ah, yes, we love on a puppy. Tonight, more than most nights, we all need some love on a puppy. Oh, okay. So, puppy, say good night to everyone. Say good night, night wolf. Good night, persnickety. Good night, Sathel. Good night, Madam Malum. Madame Malum. You know how to say it? Yes, Madame. It's always the better way. Madame Malum and say. Yeah, 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 go puppy. Say good night to Artie for rating guys. Good night to everybody watching and say I'm a good puppy. And I didn't need any of the ducks, but I'll definitely try. And let's see, can I run the ducks? We've got Ralph, Charlotte, Steve, Paddington, Caspian, Inspector Clouseau, Dumbo, Sally, Bill, Xavier, Eloise, Pongo, Mitch, and Sansu. Yes, I can run all the ducks. And yours could be up there too. If you sponsor a duck, your duck gets added to the stage and I will remember its name. But we are going to call it a night here because what a night! There's going to be so many parts of this I have to clip, but especially the one I wrote down that I am going to clip for a promo for the upcoming book. Where what I'm going to do with it, I don't know, but something. And yeah, I'm going to enjoy burning this one most of all, especially all those pages detailing Elena's abuse and in various ways. Let's just say not handling it well. I'm not going over it again. But what a night, and thank you all for being here. Thank you to everyone new that came. Next week, we finish off this god awful piece of trash, and then we start reading it all again from his point of view. What have I done? Why did I do this? I don't get paid enough. But, yes, oh, it's late on a Saturday. Oh, and as a much better song once said, the sun has gone to bed and so must I. So love on yourself, love a fur baby, take care of yourself, have some water, stretch, get a snack and chug some wine, but mostly love on a fur baby, love on yourself, have a lovely evening. I hope you had a really good time in spite of the content. I hope I was able to make it bearable and at least make some people laugh. Or you enjoyed watching me set fire to the book a little bit. Whatever works for you. But thank you, everybody, and please come back next week as we continue with our 7 labors of hell that I've apparently assigned myself to. For some reason, it'll be worth it. I'm not sure what yet, but there'll be one. Thank you, everyone, for being here. Please have a good night. Please come back next week. Please join the Discord if you have not. Like, comment, and subscribe. But I will see everyone next week. Have a really good weekend. Have a good tomorrow. Relax, chill, hang out, and above all, love a fur baby. So good night, everybody. Say good night. Say good night. Good night. Good night. I'm too. He's shy. Good night, everyone. Thank you all for being here. Good night.